Alrighty, chat. So close. Happy Friday. Sorry I'm a little late today, chat. I'm feeling awful potatoey. Been fighting off a stomach bug today. But I'm hanging in there. I've got some food. I've got some nice chicken and rice and some crackers. Keeping it gentle on the tummy. Y'all probably want some game audio too, don't you? I should definitely set that up so that it works. There we go. Please look at that watch streak. Damn. I need to make like an emote for like watch streaks. I've got a bunch of emotes planned to chat, and speaking of emotes, the LOZ Arc Love emote is live, chat. You should be able to use that now. I did also leave the default Twitch love as a follower emote so that people still have a love emote. I didn't want to remove that from people being able to use it. I rearranged the emotes quite a bit in general. I made the hi emote a follower emote as well, so that y'all can say hi. But yes, that way followers still have a love emote for the time being. And subs get the new love emote. Yeah, well, if you can use the hi emote now. Yeah, I think that followers get hi and hype? I think hype was the other follower emote. And then I left the two default Twitch emotes as follower emotes as well. But yeah, the brand new love emote. Oh yeah, we got quite a few emotes in the works, chat. I noticed there was a slot for like bit reward emotes as well, so I'm working on some sketches for those. I've got a plan for a new animated emote and revamping some old emotes as well. I've got a whole bunch of things in the works lately, chat, so prepare yourself as those begin coming in. But yeah, hello, happy Friday. Wolf, Peace, Nightshade, Amaris, hello, welcome in. Hope you guys are all doing well. And yes, there's a stomach bug that's been going around lots of places. I really hoped that I was in the clear since I was sick after Christmas, but nope, it's back. Oh well. Hopefully everybody else that's sick can get better too. A lot of people are sick with different things lately. Not a fun time. Wish I could just magic it all better. Oh, that's lovely. I didn't realize that they were just leaving the machines running outside. Okay, that's fun. Hopefully I get distracted and can't hear those anymore. But yeah, we're back with some Baldur's Gate today. Hey, look at that 3 streak. Look at you go. He's so tiny, but mighty. We love a streak of any size. Hello, Mom. Look at that emote. Look at you go. That actually reads pretty good. It's not too bad. I was worried that the heart wasn't gonna read very well, but I think it reads just well enough, especially with the tinier hearts as well. So, I'm glad that turned out the way it did. Trying to make some of my emotes look more like the VTuber model as well. Kind of trying to pull into that a little bit more, so that's fun. It's great. Well, thank you. So cute. Yee. Appreciate it, everyone. Okay, let me go ahead and start getting this loaded up for y'all. So I was thinking about my Dark Urge run here, chat, and I think we've been a little too nice to some people lately in the game. I think we need to go back to being more evil. We let the Kuatoa live, and we saved some people in the burning village, but I think we need to go back to causing some mayhem and destruction. Yes, the Mordor. Love that it has fangs. Yeah, I figured that since, like, the VTuber model was, like, a little bit vampire-ish, so maybe I should bring that into some of my emotes as well. Let me tell you, chat, art is so funny. Some of the hardest things that people have a time drawing is, like, hands. I don't have that much trouble drawing hands. For some reason, I still largely only draw mitten hands. I don't know why. I actually can draw hands very well. Eyes. I hate drawing eyes so much. Especially drawing eyes for emotes. Getting eyes to, like, show up and read in an emote, I don't know how people do it. Like, some people have, like, some really solid eyes in their emotes that just, like, show up really nicely, and I'm just like, you know what? Nope, all my emotes get closed eyes because the closed eyes look better. Art do be funny like that, though, sometimes, chat. Okay. Let's see. And don't worry, chat, I haven't forgotten. I still owe you guys a cosplay stream from the wheel spin. I wasn't actually gonna count the Pikachu onesie from that night. When I'm feeling better and have a bit more time to plan out what we're gonna do, I'll have that going for you. I'm hoping to be able to do it sometime next week. Couldn't draw to save your life? I bet you could. It just takes practice. I should post sometime, like, side-by-sides of my older emotes with my newer ones, just to, like, show how much my skill has grown. I know it's, like, that most annoying thing, like, someone's, like, to get advice from an artist. Like, how do I get better at art? How do I become a good artist? And they're just like, practice. I hate it. I've always hated it. They're not wrong, though. Because just, like, my older emotes next to my newer ones, it's, like, a world of difference between the art styles. And also, like, if you're drawing people, don't be afraid to just, like, selfie pictures of yourself as reference. Because, like, I do that a lot. If I'm trying to, like, figure out a pose, just take a picture of yourself in said pose. Some cameras on, like, the selfie cam have, like, you can use, like, your hand to take a picture, so you just, like, do, like, a flat palm, and that'll trigger to take a picture. Or you can set, like, a timer on your phone cameras. That way you don't have to, like, be holding it. You can set it up somewhere where it can see you. So, like, use reference. Make your own reference. If you can't figure things out, it's okay. Alright, chat. First things first, there's no one else left in this village for us to do the bad on. But I've decided we're gonna mortar this person. Find putting puzzles together easier than anything. Puzzles are fun. We haven't done a puzzle in a long time. We mostly just don't have anywhere, like, to put one. But I like doing puzzles. Mom and I used to do a lot of puzzles together. We used to have a really good table for it. Oh yeah, trying to repeat what you've drawn is such a hard thing. Trying, like, even just trying to, like, stay on model for my emotes to where they all, like, look like the same character has been, like, such a hassle. We do have cats, and they do eat puzzles. Although, I don't know if have we tried to work a puzzle since Pandora? Is she one of the puzzle eaters? Swords! Hello, Inoli. Thank you for the swords. I'll take that sword right now and mortar this person. Perfect. Big preesh. Damn, two-shot Astarion by himself. Thank you. Nothing great on this person, but that's fine. There we go, chat. We're now properly back to mortaring people. You feel the cat's eating puzzle pieces? Your cats used to do that too? Oh, jeez. Apparently that's just a thing. Okay. With everybody gone now, I think we could probably get away with looting some more of, the ones that they didn't want us looting previously. Because, like, they all left and there's... Oh, there's still someone here. This dude's still on this building? You're gonna do the seasonal story for this week in Destiny? Have fun. Oh, that's right. The dude that's upset that his wife is dead. I got you, dude. Hey! We got inspiration for the murder. Let's go. Complete rescue the trapped man. Was that not previously completed? Yeah, I think we're getting close to the end of the seasonal stuff in Destiny. I think we're getting close to the end of the storyline with all that. Oh, he's got Ted Bear. Let's see. Chat, it's absolutely crazy. I've been watching a bunch of stuff on TikTok lately. TikTok has finally decided to, like, show me Baldur's Gate secrets and things that I've missed. And, like, the amount of, like, secret weapons that you can craft, or, like, secret rooms that I missed last time. I missed an absolute, like, ton of things, chat. One of the things I missed, I actually missed a bunch of things in the early game, too. Apparently, like, in the goblin camp, there's a way to, like, poison all of the goblins that I didn't know about. I'm like, damn, that would have made dealing with them so much easier in so many of my games. Is this a secrets run? We'll definitely be doing a lot of the secrets that I missed, for sure. At least the ones that I still have access to. There's a lot of things that I just don't have access to anymore that we won't be able to do. Like, I can't do the stuff with the goblins anymore because I already finished that stuff. Okay, don't break the fire warning. But what I do need to do, I can come grab this water barrel real quick. Yoink. But yeah, I didn't realize that you could just, like, poison the entire goblin encampment. But yeah, there's a building in Act 3 that I thought I explored pretty well and found a lot of the secrets. I missed, like, 3 secret rooms in it, chat. It's so bad. Yeah. Yeah, it's a mess, for sure. Okay, I can't throw this. Oh, but I can't just drop it next to me and do that. That works. Right, Peace? Like, how did I miss so much? Absolutely wild. Stolen property reward offered. I like rewards. An act of craven vandalism has not been diminished by the intervening years. The statue of the beloved ranger was callously torn from the central marketplace in Baldur's Gate and is still yet to be found. Though it has been some time since the replica was erected in its place, the collective of concerned citizens of the Wide remains convinced that the original statue is still out there somewhere and is willing to bestow a hefty sum upon whoever might assist with its retrieval. No questions asked. We urge the thieves in question to consider this art piece was commissioned not to offend, but to inspire. Indeed, the bold adventure depicted is no real person, living or dead, but a metaphor for the city itself. Standing solid and stern upon its foundations, gazing outward, but still clutching tight to his heart the warmth of hope, represented here by a small and furry hamster. So it's Minsk and Boo. But no, I'm sorry, it doesn't represent any one person. That'd be ridiculous. Please find the hope in your own heart and return to a blighted city's beloved ranger. Raise a hand in help. We shall fill it with gold. Yes, get food for sure. I also have food.
I'm way too big.
Okay, we can't go in the little hole there. Okay. So I think we're doing pretty good with most of this. I think we've largely explored most of up here. I think we've mostly done all of the Underdark too. I know it's right there, and I'm not gonna go worry about that right now. Let me double check the Underdark. And yeah, I think we're done down here as well. Oh my god, chat, I discovered the silliest thing. I was doing the arcane tower on one of my other characters, and the turrets that shoot at you here that you're trying to get past, I had this thought. I was like, you know, these turrets are powered by magic. I wonder if I could just use the Susser flowers to disable the turrets. Now, for those of you that don't know what those are, the Susser flowers are some flowers that you find over here at the Susser tree. And they have an anti-magic radius. So if you're standing too close to them, you can't cast spells, etc. And so I took one of those flowers and I chucked it at the turret. And it disabled the turret. And I'm like, how did I not think of this sooner? So yeah, that was a fun little, you've got to be kidding me. And hot cocoa because it's dropping into the 20s outside. Oof, too cold. Definitely get some cocoa. I have some remnants of some tea that I was using to also help to settle my stomach there. Okay, let me teleport. Blighted Village. No. Goblin Camp. I need to double check that I, like, looted this place after everybody left it, because there's, like, a billion, like, chests and stuff around here. And I left all of my allies. Which actually might be a good thing, because I need to take them around real quick. Catch the waypoint that's on the side here that I didn't grab. Thank goodness. So now I can easily teleport back here when I need to. Okay. Yeet. There we go. That ended up working out really nicely for me on accident. Perfect. Okay. Oh, this goes, like, way down here. Aha, I was gonna say there's clearly a dig spot somewhere right here. Very nice. I'm glad I came back here. Discovered a lot of these chests, while playing, the game with my family. So yeah, definitely glad that I decided to come back here. That's so cute. There's like a wash tub, a washboard, soap, a sponge. That's fun. Does this go? Oh, you can go in the water right here. Oh my god, there's a space behind the waterfall? What?
A trap. Someone doesn't want visitors.
I didn't know this was here. Hello. Hi, Sky. A very sussy area, yes. Alright. A smelly letter. The scrap of paper smells like ward piss. Most of the words are struck through. Lovely Minthara. I ain't never been to the Underdark. Gurkha says there's beasties down there that make an ogre look like a baby gnome. But I says, if anything as lovely as you grows amongst all the tasty mushrooms down there, it's the best place there ever was. In larger text, the writer has scribbled across his own work, do drow like being compared to mushrooms? Probably. That's so funny. And we've got a crude chest as well. Yeah, I don't think I ever found the goblin love letter to Minthara before. Oh, it's just a basic +1 great axe. I got really excited there for a second. I thought we'd found something. A childish doodle of a goblin presenting a fungal bouquet to a drow adorns this crumpled letter. Dearest Your Excellency and most prettiest Minthara. You might not remember me, I ain't nobody important after all. Not yet. I was chasing chickens with the lads when you came to visit Boss Ragslin. You looked right at me when you told him that if we was as good at killing humans as we was at plucking poultry, we might be worth a damn. Made me feel proper special to be recognized like that. Next raid, I'll spill so much blood the Absolute'll have to notice me. Then I'll come to Moonrise and you'll notice me too. I'm the one with the stumpy leg and the gammy eye. Clogga. Aw, poor Clogga. That's a fun little detail, though. I love that all of the time playing this game and, like, I can still find new things. There's still just so much that I haven't found before. Okay. To the next chest location. Can I use this to get to one of them? I don't think he can jump. Do I have someone that can jump far enough?
Whatever it takes.
Not really, no. Okay.
Let's try this way.
Let's come around here then. I know there's one up there that I need to get to. Eventually. But there are a lot of chests around this area. So I'd like to point out this skeleton here, chat. It's, it has a giant bottle inside of it and a scroll of grease. I don't want to know what he was doing with the giant bottle. Alright, let's disarm these traps if I can. Oh my god, you little... This is why we separate our characters, chat. It's because they do dumb stuff like that. The camera gets so bad in this area. You know what? Just go to this camera angle for me.
Traps. Not considered.
Yep. Definitely still traps here.
Easy.
Woohoo! Okay. Glowing shield, loving protection. Once per short rest, if you're below 50 hit points and take damage, you gain 8 temporary hit points. That's actually like a really nice shield. I'm gonna switch out Lae'zel's shield for that one, actually, because I was gonna put it on Shadowheart just to give her some extra health, but she's already got the adamantine shield, and there's no point in giving the adamantine shield to Lae'zel, so Lae'zel gets the extra healing hit points. Clear out all of the space here. Okay. Up we go.
I'll just help myself.
Gonna have to start sending some things to camp here since we're so encumbered. Why am I carrying? Oh, I was carrying a chest that I never unlocked this whole time. Excuse me. Wonder how long I've had this on me. How long ago did I pick this up? Oh, hello. Hammercraft. When the wearer jumps, they deal 1 to 4 thunder damage in a 3-meter radius upon landing. I would have loved this on Tiny Rage. Oh my god, when we gave her that special jump attack, this would have been so amazing. That would have been, like, the perfect thing for her. No one right now that I have can use this. Damn. Okay. You love how Scott detests Shadowheart for being evil. I mean, evil's an awfully loose term, don't you think? Monstrosity crossbow. Oh, that's right, the turn undead one. I used this for a long time. Finally discovered how to use this stupid moon lantern as well. We don't have to worry about it until quite a bit later, though. Oh, that's right. We just have the drow head just vibing on us. Right up there with Gale's hand. I've got so much heavy stuff. Okay. Well, at least I'm not carrying a whole chest anymore. I don't remember if there's anything across the little land bridge here. Scroll of Feigned Death. How'd that work out for you, huh? You're feigning death very well, sir. I applaud your efforts. Very believable. It's very believable, chat. Alright.
Something over there.
Aha. There's one of them. No, don't run all the way around. Just jump off. Thank you. Yoink all of this stuff. It's always when you're playing a different character or build that you get something good for the previous build. Every time. 100%. I wonder if I even got that hammer on my previous build and just, like, didn't realize, like, I didn't use a lot of hammers until later in the game. They didn't really fit with what I wanted from my character. So I wonder if I even found that one and then just, like, tossed it aside, like, hammer. Okay, do I have... I need someone with, like, a really good jump. I could use Lae'zel's fancy jump. That might work. What do you fucking mean you can't get there? Get there! Like, oh, she might be able to just jump it. Nice clean jump. Alright. Cool. Didn't even need any of the other fancy stuff yet. Alright. With that, I don't think... She can't jump that. I could Misty Step it or triple my jump distance for 10 turns. I think I'm gonna go ahead and Misty Step it for right now. Because we're gonna take a long rest here anyways, because we're out of short rests, so... Should just finish grabbing everything that I want here. Monstrosity slaying and many targets. Okay, I'll take that, we'll take that. Extra healing potion, yeah. Really? You could make that, Lae'zel. You're good enough at jumping. Okay, there's a ladder to get up on that side, so go ahead. Yeet! Cool. Okay, that's all of, like, the ridiculous jumps. I remember there being so many, like, weird holes everywhere.
That wall's falling apart. A good blow should send it toppling.
I definitely accidentally, like, destroyed this wall on my first playthrough and didn't realize that it was gonna piss off everybody when I did so. That was a very quick, reload save for me, for sure. Well, you know, there's no one here now.
I'm ready.
Yeet! Aww. Fire damage does not do the thing. That's okay. It doesn't actually take me anywhere, like, particularly useful. Work our way around here.
Might be useful.
Okay, let's go down this. Here, I don't think there's anything in this tiny alcove, but it's been a hot minute, so we check. Your warlock has Misty Step. We have a friendly displacer beast named Biscuit in our sword group's homebrew campaign. Nice, very nice. Stone urn. I guess this really doesn't actually do anything. Oh, you're taking a lovely, helpful path. Thank you, game. Loot all the things, chat.
That's curious.
Nothing but dirt.
Alright.
Nothing interesting buried here.
Shadowheart, I swear to God. Stop telling me nothing. I don't believe you. Fucking dig it up.
No use digging here.
I hate you.
Nothing but dirt.
It's not nothing but dirt. There's very clearly...
Nothing but dirt.
Why can't I dig this up? Alright, I have 2 shovels on me. I don't know why neither of them are working.
Nothing.
What the heck? Why won't you work? I tried the fix that these people are saying where I drop the shovel. It's still not working. Doesn't help, doesn't help. Had in my position a small shovel, not a regular one. I think mine are regular shovels, but... yeah, regular shovels used to dig.
No use digging here.
What the heck?
Nothing interesting buried here. Nothing but dirt.
Oh, well, and I dropped my shovels into the dirt mound, never to be seen again. Cool.
No use digging with my bare hands.
Oh, nope, there they are. Oh, thank God. I was so scared for a second.
Nothing but dirt.
Well, I guess I just don't get this pile. I don't think a long rest is gonna fix it, but I need one anyways. Okay. Well, sleepy time. Alright. Would you like to work and dig now? No, you do not. Okay. Well, don't know what's in this pile, but...
Should mind my step.
Rude.
What's up for discussion?
Can I sell to you? I don't think I can. I think you're just kind of here.
How you doing, pal? Looking for some odds and ends?
Oh, I can. Oh, I already have. I've given you so much crap. Awesome. Love that. I do want your potions. Always need more potions, chat. Can never have too many. I'm gonna give him my shovels too and buy a new one or something. I don't know.
Action, not reaction.
Careful, I might.
Sell these bottles.
No time to waste.
Oh, here we go. Got a bunch of rings we can sell. That's awesome. Okay.
Crazy abs-
Yep, praise and all of that. See if I've got any. Let me grab some of the garbage out of my camp chest here and sell, since he's got quite a bit of sell room on him. He's got a lot of money. Okay. I have so many loots for some reason. Oh, I've got the... I need to use this on the frickin' book. Oh, jeez. I'm probably good to sell all these molds, too. They're not really worth anything. Here we go. There's a bunch of the excess. You're way encumbered.
Black as well be done.
Lizelle, time to fill you up. Okay, there we go.
Didn't expect to see you grubbing around here in the muck and the leftovers. There is lots, but I've got scavengers' rights, so it's all mine.
Alright.
Unless you're willing to trade for it.
Back to selling. So, all the bottles. Not Gale's hand. Now, this is a really good guy to have available at the end to sell to here. Because we just sold, like, a lot of stuff, and he had tons of room. He had tons of money to be able to, like, buy from us. I do want to sell some of these notes as well. I just don't want to carry them on me anymore. I'm silly. I like to keep these things, like, on. That also Sylvanas is a good one to have, because that gives me a buff, and that's just nice. Yep, all of the praises. Okay. I think I am happy enough with our exploration. There's a couple of blacked out areas we didn't go clear out, but largely I am happy with everything we found. Yes, more space, more money. So, let's head up here. Okay.
Never wanted the easy path.
I don't think there was anything up here last time I checked. I always feel the need to check it, though.
I'll take that.
Okay. Back down. Alright, chat. We are working our way to Act 2 here.
A dragon rider. My kin are near.
Damn thing
Yep.
to blot out the sun.
Dragon.
You go a lifetime without seeing one, and then they won't stop pestering
Alright.
you.
Let's save there.
It would be too much to hope that's nothing to do with us, wouldn't it?
Alright. Hello.
What are you doing?
Stuff.
Hold on before they see you, Murg Gresham.
Fuck you just call me?
Got more important things to watch than my harassing tongue. Look. That lot are swarming all over the bridge. I don't know what they want, but it can't be good.
It could be.
I'm going to find another way around. You ought to do the same. Unless you're looking for a fight, that is.
Always.
Nobody. Just another harassing fool trying to stay
You like
alive.
that word.
There's plenty of us around.
Okay, bye.
Rab. That's it. I'm getting out of here.
Oh, there we go, chat. The only tiefling that I left alive. Okay. Get a little.
Drop your weapons!
I'll feed your innards to the ants before I do that, Istik.
This is your last chance!
No, look up. That was your last chance, Istik. Now burn!
Yeah, not really is their best choice of action with a dragon nearby them. It's fine. It's not like we needed that bridge. Rabbit! Hello!
Stop wasting time, Beretta. You're not here to play with the locals.
Of course, Kithrak. We merely sought to...
No excuses. Question, kill, then move on. Find the weapon. our queen.
I like that. Question, kill, then move on. That sounds like our game.
A red dragon. I envy its knight. Would the tie rode such a steed? A crash must be near.
Oh, don't you worry.
My kin await.
Is it safe?
The dragon's serve gets Yankee. I'll see it does you no harm. Follow me. We are close to the cure we seek.
How did I pick up that encumbered me so badly? Who did... What? Lizelle! Lizelle, what the fuck? Girl. She just fucking left my party. Oh, thank you, Rabbit! I'm glad that you like the emote. Yeah, this is problematic. Ooh, it's all so heavy. Lizelle, I swear to God, I'm trying to manage your shit right now, but... Okay.
Let's see what you're hiding.
I heed Blackett's call, and yet you do not heed her Kitrak's command. Few of our queen's children prove so stubborn.
You little shit. I'm gonna save here because I've never actually had her walk away like that. I was super not ready.
What's in here?
Oh, okay. I can just sit on the log. Alright, well, this'll be...
Draw any attention. One day I'll catch a break. Ryder, my time is short. Lead me to...
Shh, shh, shh. Such a familiar tone. Were I not merciful, I would slice the skin clean from your meat. Yet you are not bleeding. For I am nothing if not merciful. Your name, child.
Imbecile! Stay back!
Nope.
Now, child, your pet means to speak.
Call me that
Tell me,
again.
pet.
Oh, there he did.
Why shouldn't I run you through this instant?
I kind of would really love to fight. Because I've never fought here, so that'd be interesting. Let's see. Muster a real threat. Yeah, sure.
I can devise torments beyond your reckoning. Rest assured. But time is pressing. For you to keep sucking air, it is necessary for you to tell me something of worth. A vessel fell from the sky. We seek a precious weapon that was taken from it.
You feel shadow.
And see, fighting him seems like such a bad idea, but I kind of really want to.
It's the same one the Absolutes followers are hunting. It's the artifact that she carries.
But I don't know if I can take on a dragon.
The Gith's suspicion cannot be aroused. They cannot discover that the weapon they seek is right within their grasp.
Help us find it, and I will leave your blood beneath your skin unspilled.
Don't help them. Don't tell them a thing. We're dead if you do.
Like, you gotta shut up, Shadowheart, or he's gonna hear you.
You haggle with your own life.
I do.
Fool. Be silent and hold still.
He begins to move his hand in a quick flurry of gestures.
Oh, look, attack!
Beretta, kill this insect worm. I need to continue my hunt.
At once. Attack her!
Oh, he's leaving! Oh, cool, so you're just back now, huh? Okay. Lizelle goes first out of my group, which is a little unfortunate. I would have liked someone with a more spread out attack to go first. I suppose I could make a star and go first. We're gonna put him up here. Okay. And then we're gonna Sword Shriek. Who's got... Either of them really have the most... Okay, Perry is now gone from her. Can I get a disarming attack on her? Because that'd be great. Yes, let's go. Beautiful, you love to see it. Can we get a bleed? Nope, we missed. That's fine. We made her drop her weapon though, so now she's a lot less of a threat. Yeah, I'm kind of bummed that the dragon left, because 100% chat, I was gonna throw the flask at it. It would have been a horrible idea, but I was gonna do it anyways. Missile snare. Ow. Damn, they had, like, disadvantage on that because of the height, and they still hit both of those. Oh, she picked her weapon back up. Fuck, what did I make her drop then? Did she drop a crossbow or something? That sucks. 11. They don't have a lot of health. Let's get you up. Let's 3rd level heal on you. What? Oh, fuck. I didn't pay attention. Goddamn Ilmatter bullshit. That was a waste. Oh, I pay attention, I promise. Alright, let's just start punching. Okay. crawling gnaw? Is that from the zombie? Infected with zombie mucus. If the affected entity dies before the infection wears off, it'll temporarily rise again as a newborn zombie. Holy shit, I need to take more advantage of this stuff. Cool, zombie time, let's go. Awesome. Love that shit. Let's give you a hide. Okay. Are you clear? Can I, like, heal you again? Thanks. Now that I've, like, wasted my previous shit. Awesome. Let's go smack you. That was some good damage. Okay. I'm going to big potion. Back her up. Actually, I'm gonna put her up here with Astarion. Let's counterspell that. He's got high defense, but hit anyways. Cool. He's got the gnaw thing now too. Oh, that one moves on its own, so that's interesting. You're wearing metal armor, I think. So let's shocking grasp you. Yeah, that did good damage. Oh, we missed. I don't think I can kill him in one. Nope, not quite. But this should kill him as long as it hits. Let's go. That's another zombie for us, chat. Step him down here. We're gonna bite. Alright, he's encumbered. That's fine. Where is the one that... Ah! There you are. She's doing her best to move out of range, huh? Smack. Cool. Is everybody in range for... Yeah. Okay. Eldritch Smack. And they can't quite make it to her, unfortunately. I guess I could have made him dash too. That's okay. Alright, let's put her... Okay, we can't dash in, but I can shoot her. Oh, I'm encumbered, so I have disadvantage. Whoops! That's okay. Alright. I love how Lae'zel got inspiration from that.
I required your silence, and you made me a mockery. A Kithrak demanded my head. I should have given him yours. Bah! This is a distraction. The Kithrak deserves the whole of my scorn. How dare he speak my queen's name? How dare he dishonor her child?
You got super quiet there. Save it for your queen's enemies. I don't know why that got so quiet there. That was weird. Guidance. It's just a 10. Need to roll a 5 or better. And we can do that. Yeah, we're fine.
Yes. Judicious counsel. And vexing given the source. I am a child of
Rude.
death. I will abide by protocol and seek the Kresh Gustil, as Vlaakith has taught. And then I will skewer the heretic with his own silver sword.
I'll help you.
Kresh is near, that much is certain.
Because that's what we're doing this time
Follow the
around.
path forward and seek signs of Githyanki settlers. No one, not even the ignoble Jastil Kithrak, will keep me from my purification.
Don't worry, we got you. Alright, Lae'zel. Take all of your shit back, please. Like, my god. Keys. Camp supplies. Alchemy pouch. You could have these. Oh, that's right. I need to grab that gem again. I forgot about that there. Okay, where was the pouch that had... Was it at camp? Did I accidentally leave it at camp? Oh, sup, zombie. You're just gonna hang out, huh? That's cool.
What's in here?
You do that, little guy. Oink. Hello.
Moving in.
Hit that save. Alright.
You've seen much of the book, but its most powerful secrets are guarded by...
Oh, I guess I already did. I guess that's why the gem was in there, because I already did it. Okay. For some reason, I thought that the gem was, like, consumed upon doing that, so... Alright, that's fine. As long as we already did that, then I'm not as worried about it. Alright, where is the bag? Oh, scrolls. Get those out of here. Cool. Alright. Hit that short rest. Start looting them bodies.
A Githyanki slate. Give it here. Tirsu markings. Could this be...
Magical energy courses through the slate, then to Lae'zel. Your own body buzzes in resonance. A diagram glows before you.
Heck.
Its meaning is beyond your comprehension.
It is a map. Zoru did not lie. A Kresh lies within an ancient temple at the mountain pass. Hurry forth. Purification is at hand.
No worries. Purification indeed. Okay. Fucking Githyanki stuff weighs an absolute fuck ton. try that again. There we go. All of these people have, like, iron everything. I would give her the Githyanki Greatsword. I think it probably does more damage than the one she's... It does not do more damage. No, it does a lot more damage. So I have to decide if I'm gonna give up my favorite longsword, basically. Because I don't think I can get, like, Astarion to wield... I don't think I can dual wield the shorts... Or I don't think I can dual wield a longsword. Greatsword would also force her to two-handed and not have a shield anymore. God, it does so much more damage, especially when wielded by... I don't think I can pass up that big a jump in damage, chat. As much as I want to. It'd be ridiculous of me to pass up that jump in damage. God, it's too heavy for you! There.
Objective noted.
Get some of this off you again. Okay, there. Just under the encumbrance. Actually, I could send a bunch of that to camp if I wanted to. I know, we gotta have the dabblage piece. Is too good. Okay, yeah. Alright, real quick, need to send... I think I need to send Lae'zel over because she's got the jump to make this. Need to check over here for some loot real quick. And then we're heading on pretty much to Act 2, chat.
I'm not fitting through that tiny hole. Let's have a look.
Yeah, you can get away with getting them to dual wield short swords, but I think it draws a line at once you start going with, like, although longsword says versatile, I might be able to sneak that onto one of them. Oh, do I have to give up the sickle of Bual? It's technically listed as versatile, so it might let me. Oh, that's right, she's got the corrosive flail. What am I using? I'm using the Susser dagger. So I would lose my silencing. Can I dual wield it? Oh, it's not gonna... I don't think I have the right things for it. Let me put that... Does Astarion? Did I give him... Oh, it's not gonna let me... It's not gonna let me... No! Damn. Yeah, it's not gonna let me dual wield the longsword. I don't have the... If I can do it in-game, there's not... I don't have the right things for it. So let's get the correct things back on the correct people here. For now. I might see if I can put the thing on him for it. But I don't have it at the moment. So we'll send my favorite sword to camp for now, and maybe we can give it to him later. Because I think we need a specific feat to be able to dual wield the long swords that we don't have. I never fucking bought back my shovel. Gosh, frick, heckin' heck.
Let's be quick. Keep it quick.
You give.
You're that. Didn't expect to see you grubbing around. There is lots, but I've got scavenger's rights, so it's all mine. Unless you're willing to trade for it.
I only need one shovel, thank you. That's not what I meant to do. There. Yeah, I pissed you off by fucking up. It's fine. Alright. You. Shovel. Dig. Dope. Alright. Starion, I need you all the way back up here. And then I need you to start walking to there while I bring Lae'zel back.
An efficient path.
Okay. Up here and yeet.
Let's get going.
Alright, chat.
Dream in red.
Oh no, you got the stuffy nose today. Heck. Alright, chat. Here we are. The mountain pass on our way to Act 2. I think we've tied up enough of our loose ends to move on here, so let's get going. This is kind of like Act 1.5 right here. Act 2 is a little further ahead. Alright. Loot a bunch of stuff here. Alright. We've got a couple options for the order we can do. No.
Those markings. Sorcerer's scratched in the ground. As I expected. A creche must be nested in the temple below. We must go there at once.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Very well. But promise me we will return before our chance is lost. Else I make my way there alone.
Yeah, we'll work on it.
Lead on then.
I don't know if I could actually manage to, like, have her leave me and just be down to, like, the three of us. That would suck.
Once again in your mind,
More writings on Orpheus, the so-called Prince of the Comet. The Prince of the Comet, Part 1. So it was that we were free from Geich shackles and turned our blades on each other. The heavens were shattered, and one great empire was divided in two. Gith traveled to the Hells to broker help for her people, her cause. Vlaakith would have you believe Mother Gith proclaimed her our queen. Lies. Gith made no such proclamation. Vlaakith seized the empire against the mother's wishes. But Gith had nurtured a son, Orpheus, Prince of the Comet, the true heir. He knew Vlaakith's treachery. Orpheus rallied Gith's honor guard and declared the throne for himself. The War of the Comet had begun.
Sec, chat. I gotta grab my
Disregard
charging.
this.
Oh, okay.
Drivel. Gith declared
I don't know what I
Vlaakith
chose.
queen of the empire when her own son defied her. Orpheus would have ceded control to the Geich.
Wow, look at all that propaganda,
And so
chat.
it is, a fabrication. A clever one, too, to masquerade as an ancient history.
Gotta go with the
Such
bullshit to get her down the bad
stories
ending.
be. And how many minds have been warped by them?
Alright. Let's see. Looking for a couple of things here. That's quite the thing to just shout at someone you don't know.
A friendly face. Oh, you are a sweet, sweet blessing, my dear. You know, I've had nothing but trouble all day. I've
Can't
been
believe it.
Hosted, chased, insulted. Look over there. Do you see that wretched little hive?
What do you want?
All business? Very well. I can respect that. Inside that temple is a Gith creche. The Githyanki established it in what remained after they slaughtered all of the monks. But I'm not here to seek revenge for the deaths they caused. The Society of Brilliance tasked me with acquiring one of their eggs in order to settle a dispute. I have been less than successful, and if the Gith ever see me again, they will kill me.
That's fair.
I'm asking you to retrieve an egg for me.
Steal one of Gith's own. I will slit your throat for even suggesting it.
I'm not talking to you.
That's fucking rude.
You'll be well compensated, of course. Just bring me an egg.
Well, I'm not giving her the owlbear egg. What do you think, chat? Is kidnapping right up our alley? For our evil run here? Context, saying things very specifically is important in those statements. We do not condone real-life kidnapping. But I think that the Dark Urge run will allow it. Alright. Pay me up front. That's a really big roll. Oh god. Oof. Oh, that was close. I was very concerned about that.
I suppose there is a reason I'm asking you to do it.
What? Surrender an egg, and I will not stand for it.
Very well. Here's the money.
Lae'zel, I'm gonna put you in a corner.
Expect a speedy delivery.
Alright. Cool, we got paid, chat. So even if we don't deliver the egg, we got free money.
I trust that an early payment...
Wanna trade?
Well, but I'll make note of how much time you waste trawling through baubles.
Lady!
My faith will guide me.
Minus 19%. Jeez. Alright, give me your healing potions to start with. What else we got? Cacophony, a quarterstaff with Thunderous Smite. Not bad. A war pick that has something on it. Revitalizing Strike with plus to necrotic. Smash into a foe, wounding them and healing your own injuries. That's interesting. Hey, Nightshade! Yes, it is evil time. We're doing all the bads. Graceful Cloth. You gain Cat's Grace and increase your dexterity score by 2. Gain a +1 bonus to dexterity saving throws and also increase your jump distance. Not that helpful at the moment. Whenever the wearer deals acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder damage with a spell or cantrip, they gain momentum. Which could be nice in theory. Yeah, we just have the Misty Step boots on us. Why not loot her? Well, stealing is weird in this game and it doesn't go great. And I don't want to just outright kill everybody and not get to do any quests. So, like, I'm trying to, like, find the balance between still playing the game and... and causing mayhem. Whenever you deal damage with a weapon attack, the target receives a minus 1d4 penalty to its saving throw against your next spell. That could be interesting. You played too much GTA. I mean, it gets you in a similar enough mindset for this type of run. It's fine. Penalty to attack rolls and saving throws, or just a penalty to saving throws against my next spell. I feel like my gloves already accomplished this. Unarmed attacks deal an additional 1 to 4 fire damage. Not got anyone that's doing unarmed stuff. I might go this route on one of my other characters, though. I do have a monk that's doing unarmed attacks. And in order to balance out with one of our other characters is already doing lightning, so I might switch to a fire build for that character. When down, automatically stabilize at the start of the turn. Maximize the number of hit points restored. Periactive wound closure. Is this... what is this? It's a necklace? Oh. Okay. Potent healing, maximize number of hit points restored. I could take off the sentient amulet for that. It's expensive, but I mean, I've got the money. Money is not our problem at the moment. Yeah. Ooh, bloody plum dye. That might look nice on our outfit here. Black and azure could also be nice. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna go ahead and grab the amulet. I'm gonna save and I'm gonna buy some dye. I'm gonna see which one I like.
Happy are we?
She's so mean, chat. Okay. Let's check out. Hello? Thank you for the posture check. Ooh. What do we think of that? Extra jump might pair with the lightning hammer. You are right. I just don't have anyone to use the lightning hammer. Although Lae'zel could be interesting with lightning hammer stuff, you know? Because she already has fancy jump stuff. I don't hate how this looks. I don't know if I might have liked... I don't know if I liked the green better, though. Oh, I saved while I was talking to her. Oh, shoot. That's fine. I can always buy dye remover if I have to. I am going to save there before I use this one real quick. Nah, I definitely like either the green or that purple better. Yeah, I don't... The gray is kind of meh. Saved in the middle of talking to her was... This was before I demanded the payment, though, wasn't it? Okay, so what do we think, chat? The purple or the green? I think I kind of liked the green a little bit more. There is something nice about the purple, though.
I trust that an very well, but I'll make note of how much time you waste trawling through.
Okay, you can have that back.
Happy, are we?
I think I like the green more. I think we're gonna go back to the green. Yeah. I like the green. Green is good. Okay.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Then up here, is there anything? Nothing over here. Okay. So, moving to the next.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
Next thing. Fuck, zombie. Nothing in the collapsed burrow.
This view's almost worth the walk.
Only almost, though.
Approach the fairy in Lathander's grace. May his gaze shine upon you, pilgrim.
Nope.
What's next? No use. Not right now, at least.
Aha, joke's on you. I roll good.
Good thing I'm stronger than I look.
Good thing you have the highest strength stat in the game. Alright, so that's there. I can take that path when I'm ready. There is always the jump across here.
But that will fit in my bag.
We got some apples, arrows. Ooh, potion in a chest. Thank you. Alright, let's head back up here real quick, chat. I want to take the side path. Actually, I don't want to have to... Conflicted. Where is... Alright, we're gonna take this down real quick, actually. Shadowheart all the way on, please. Thank you. I want to get the teleport point. It's down here. I just don't remember where it's at.
I assume your kin are just as misguided as you are.
Y'all gotta stop fighting. Stealing your shit. Doot-da-dooty. Stop. Alright, we've got prayers, we've got more prayers. We've got another one that I can't read, but it says it's a curse. Someone was feeling spicy. Okay. Alright, looking for teleport point. Ah, there it is. Cool. So, now we have access to that. What's with the zombie? Ah, so we raised that to help us fight earlier. I didn't realize that it was just gonna stick around, so that's cool. I imagine if we long rest, it'll probably leave. Obviously it'll also go away if it dies, but yeah, it's accidentally super helpful. I expected, like most things, that it was just gonna yeet itself out of existence after the battle was over. Damn, y'all suck.
Horses? Perish the thought. Those ill-tempered beasts.
Give.
Well, so are you, but we keep you around, don't we?
And I'm not offering any rides, if that's what you're
It's kind of sad that if you fail the survival check that you can still just immediately dig for the item anyways. Okay, this is the spot that has all of the traps in it. So we're gonna move slowly. Really? I failed a perception check? Okay, we got bored. Where are animal speaking? Hi, bird.
I've got nothing left to take, so you might as well shove off.
That is a lot of attitude from a little
Maybe I
bird.
wouldn't be so little if I had a proper dinner and a nest.
I don't think that's the case.
Oh, sure, a nest. But it's not my nest. That's up on the roof with the eagles. Eagles are pricks.
So whose nest is this?
Some poor little tit who wasn't paying attention.
That sounds like how you lost your nest. Here to avenge the bird you kicked out. Let's go. Oh yeah, consider the random bird super avenged.
Curses! I was going to ask you to do the same thing. Of course that tit got there first.
Well, that went well. I'll take this key now. Alright, so everybody's failed the shit out of their perception check for this. I think only one person. Thank you, Shadowheart. Appreciate the help. Oh, missed a bush. Give me your berries.
Let's move.
Alright, let's disarm ourselves a mine here. Perfect.
Be careful. There are traps about.
Let's do our best to just send the Starian forward here so that we don't... Let's go, nat 20. So that no one gets launched off a cliff.
Be careful. There are traps about.
Cool. Alright, that's everything disarmed. Alright, I am going to now take my group and teleport back up here. Jays are related to crows and are just smart. They're also little shits. Blue jays can be rough. Oh. Okay. I don't like this order of operations. Not a fan. Yeah. This'll be something. And eagles are glorified seagulls. Oh, jeez. I guess that's a way to refer to them for sure. I don't think I have any of the scrolls that I want for this fight normally. That sucks. I also did not put the necklace on like I meant to. Remind me to do that, chat. Fuck, I also didn't bind my packed weapon. I'm so good at games.
We'll do it my way. Finesse.
Okay, well, this is gonna hurt. As they all come rushing in. Oh, they're actually taking a weird... On the bright side, I do go before the most difficult enemies. It's only the ghouls going this early, which is good. Ghouls and... Oh, and the ghast, my bad. Where are you going? Why? Like, I... Alright. Fireball. Beautiful. Wow, one of you survived. That's pretty impressive that one of them survived that. Alright, he won't be able to get close enough, but this one will. Counterspell, don't pick him up. So they like to raise the ghouls, so I need to like try to keep them from doing that as much as possible. We're gonna Hunter's Mark this one. Can we make it up to attack? No. I can at least make him drop his weapon. No, I cannot. Okay. I can sure try again, though. Cool. Weapon dropped. I'm gonna save the action surge, though. We're gonna move you forward. I don't think I can get all the way up with you either. No, not particularly. Cool, that's a hit. Let's go this guy in there. Did not mean to end its turn. I didn't realize it was its turn. And smack. I missed. Okay, now I can end your turn. And yours. You, on the other hand, are so fucking far behind. Okay. Smack. Very nice. That was a really small feeling attack. It did not feel nearly as... For a second, I thought he just punched him. I was questioning if he even had a weapon at that point. Okay. Just gonna smack you with that. Beautiful. Love it. I'm gonna stab you with the offhand. Then I'm gonna back you the fuck up. You're gonna make it in. You're gonna raise that one. Okay, that's fine. Did he... He punched him and died, chat. Cool. Okay, so they don't get the zombie thing from... They don't get the crawling gnaw thing. Because they're already undead, I'm assuming, is the deal with that. Had to check, wanted to be certain. I don't think I can quite... I can't hit that back one. But I can do this at least. Smack. And smack. And again. And smack. And smack. Cool. Great turn, thank you. That ghast is a problem as well. Oh, I don't want to hit both of them.
On the move.
Okay, I can hit both of them. It's gonna have to be on my next turn, though. I can't reach. Immune to dazed. That's fine. And I missed. Yeah, as much as I like the Sickle of Buwal, I think we're gonna have to get rid of it. It's just not great. Oh, hello, you still exist. That's right, you were a mile away. Cool. Ow. Aha! You missed! Get wrecked. Okay. Now I want to do my thing on you. Whack! Aha! Behold, the acid damage! Okay, I'm gonna back her up. Can I back her up without getting attacked? Yes, I can. Her up here. Okay. Actually, hold on. Transfer this to you. Now we can end turn. Good smack from the zombie there, chat. Woohoo! Very nice. Yeah, already covered. It's fine. Starin, would you be so kind as to step out of that? Thank you. walk through it all the way, please. Thank you. Okay. Oh, my thing is being weird again. Okay, one of those was way heavy. That was. Okay, the half plate. I am gonna send all of this to camp. There we go. Okay, you. New necklace. Hooray. Now we don't stay downed. We stabilize. So that's gonna be super nice. Now let's get everybody up here while we loot shit. Alright, loot these guys. Read this.
Grand Duke Ravengard.
The lights are flickering today, chat. So much stuff on me. It's not even... Getting tempted to start sending some of my gold to camp. It doesn't even weigh that much. Everything else does. I can send a bunch of this to camp, though, and that'll help. Especially if I pick the heavier things. There we go. That's better. Now we can loot some things in peace here. Like squirrels. The fact that there's even, like, basic arrows to loot is silly because you don't actually need arrows to use your bow in the game. You just get some default arrows and it's good enough. So yeah, unless they're fancy arrows, don't keep them. Not worth it. Ooh, I wonder if good old Elminster's still around, chat.
Broken. Need to find another way.
I need to find another way. Or we could all just yeet ourselves across it anyways. Oh, we're not actually leaving yet anyways, though. But I do want to know if Elminster's here since we, you know, mortared Gale. Egg. I don't think he's gonna be here, but it would be funny.
For Lathander cannot protect you where the light doth not reach.
Oh yeah, and the amount of gold that I have in Noli would be even worse. Did that shake? I could have sworn this shook. Oh, it does shake. It's just the angle, I think. Or just timing. I don't like that that shakes. That's creepy. Aww. No Elminster, chat.
Pass at your peril.
Because this is where he should have been. Bummer. It still would have been funny if he could have been, like, here anyways, and when he asks about Gale, you literally just don't fucking know who that is. Okay, we're not going to the Shadow Cursed Lands yet. I wish there was a teleport spot down here, so that I don't have to walk all the way back down later. But there's not. Okay, I didn't come up here yet either. So let's do this. All of that's rotten and moldy and shit. No, thank you. Make sure we're not missing anything. I think... Okay, there's a couple dudes over here. Oh, there's not. Alright, we don't need to go back to the goblin camp. I don't think there's anything down there but death. Okay, so our map is looking good. So to the monastery. Alright, so we can't entire... What did I roll? Just to know there were dudes in there that I can't see? Like... Oh, hold on, I can just check this. Oh. Yes, thank you. Oh, I don't get to see what I randomly rolled for, apparently. That's helpful. It's fine, chat. Okay, so, anyways, like I was saying, because we're trying to get everybody, like, their bad endings, we can't just immediately go against the Githyanki. Not entirely.
Where are you taking us?
If this is about that weapon your friend was talking about, we don't have it and we don't know shit about it.
Silence! Move!
No. No, I'm not going in there. I won't.
It didn't even try to, like, bob and weave or anything. Just a straight line.
As I thought. Through the doors. Now! The captain is expecting you.
Forward, carefully. These cultists have the Creche on high alert.
Alright. Well, time to loot the one that tried to run.
So the Githyanki aren't fond of the cultists. Could be a good thing.
Could be. Could be indeed. Alright, not much out here, but we can get into where the kobolds are.
What do you mean, too drunk? It's not possible.
It's not possible, chat. Don't worry. Dude just passed the fuck out before he could even process that we were in here. You know, with all of, like, the alcohol and the fire wine, I do wonder if I could just light this place up, and if that would be more effective. But I don't think all of it quite connects enough for that. I think it's, like, just spread out enough.
Long way to go.
Don't touch me. Let's prowl.
Can't pick up because it's too heavy. Can I just awkwardly, like, hopscotch it where I want it?
They won't see me come.
I am gonna just try to light this whole room up. Alcohol stops all the way back there. I'd have to get it really far to even connect that. Comes quite a bit further on this side. Alright, so let's... Oh, support beam. That's fun. Let's grab these winery records real quick. Ledger of wines sold by the monastery. 2 bottles for 1 cat. Alright. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm pretty sure I need to get these barrels, like, actually touching part of what's gonna set on fire so that it'll, like, spread when it lights. Otherwise, I don't think it's gonna do what I want it to do. I'm missing having something right here to help. Might be able to get up top and get that barrel. There is definitely a dude in this barrel as well. Okay. So, theoretically, all of those should do the thing now. No, don't do that. Okay. What about these? Am I happy with how these are set up? I don't think I'm happy with how these are set up. Sky, thank you for the resub! Almost a year of being a Lewd Vaporeon. Indeed, Sky. Almost a whole year. Thank you so much for the resub, my dude. Also, chat, that puts us out of, I think 2 out of 3 subs for a wheel spin. So, keep that in mind. Alright, let's see. I just might not be able to get this one. Oh boy. That one there. So yeah, I think the only one that's not gonna catch chat is Sky. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Giving us 2 wheel spins, in fact, chat. So now we're at 12, so now you're only 8 subs away from the weekly spin, chat. Alright. Let's see real quick then. Let me get my wheel. And don't worry, I still know that we still gotta do the cosplay stream. Okay, chat, I am gonna turn off the spicy almonds, though, because I have been sick lately. I think that's the last thing I should be putting on my stomach. Dang, I need to get some better daily spins, because all of these are things that work better when I'm not using the VTuber model. I need to have, like, a VTuber day specific wheel. Alright, let's see real quick. Here, let me add... I'm gonna add VTuber model to the wheel, and we'll just, like, switch to the old model if that's what it lands on. Okay, now let me... wheel... Okay. Wheel, chat. Behold! A bunch of things that only work if I'm not using the VTuber model. Ah! Well, except for that one. Alright, hold on. Let me get her switched out, chat. It would roll like the new one as soon as I put her put her up, huh? Well, geez, chat, long time no see, huh? We haven't seen this one in a while, have we? Yeah, Peas, I can send you the code for the mods that I used the other day. For sure. Okay. Second spin, chat. Yo, chat. Emote sketch. Oh, thank you, Sky. That also works. There's the code there. Does she have glasses? I feel like she would look better with glasses. I can add glasses to her at some point. She doesn't have them at the moment. I'd have to update the model. But you guys got emote sketch. So this can mean a couple different things depending on where we're at with our stuff. I can show you an in-progress emote, or we could make an emote together. I think I'm gonna show you guys an in-progress emote this time around. So let me get that. Gotta open my stuff, chat. Alright, so... let me get... Hey, Megan, welcome in. Yes, you probably just got caught in that gifted sub bum there. Thank you. You're just in time for the end of our wheel spins. Chat just unlocked getting to see an emote sketch. So I'm getting that switched around for y'all real quick. Ta-da! You guys get to see the updated hi emote in progress. So this is the sketch that I just pulled into my art program chat. I have started the line art. I'm still trying to, like, iron out the kinks with this one. The line art, I'm not as happy with it as I am with the sketch itself, but it's coming along. So surprise, chat. The next emote that is being worked on. One of the many that I mentioned at the start of the stream. There you go. Thank you, Sky, for the gifted subs and unlocking this for chat to get to see. Much appreciated. Alrighty, there you go, chat. So I'll probably switch back to the standard VTuber model after a little bit. I'll basically make that goal just like we'll use the old model for a little while, or we'll turn a model on for a little while, but I don't want to use it the whole stream. So I'll leave this one up for a little bit, and then we'll switch back to the standard one. Okay, back to setting up our chaos here, as we are trying to make a line of, can I blow this room up? Because why not? So, still don't think we're gonna be quite able to light this one. I think it's just too far away. One of these days when I have a bit more funds, I'll have you do a thing for you because you know what you want. Hey, I'm here. Let me know when you're ready. Chat, I'll probably put the emote in the Discord for people to see since you did that as well. I won't do that right now, so I'll try to remember to do it later. Is there an extra barrel in here? Water barrel is not helpful, unfortunately. And it looks like all we have are 2 water barrels. Okay, you know, even if we can just, like, mostly light this room, I'll be happy. I really hope this works. Just split the difference with those and hope it reaches. Alright, chat. Let's make all of these guys sneak.
Can't afford to stay idle. Oh, enough waiting. I crave blood.
Okay. Little guy there can't sneak. But who's ready to blow things up in here and see if this works even a little bit? Here we go, chat! Really? All that and it didn't even actually... Damn, they're so drunk they didn't even notice. I was really hoping that would work. I'm really sad that it didn't. If I break them first, can I just blow everybody up? Well, sure does. I'm really sad that that didn't work. Reload and try again. I can reload and try again. We'll see if we can do something a little bit better here. Because that was definitely a bit of a letdown. That had such potential to work, and I'm so sad that it didn't. Okay. So it only alerted them when I broke one of the barrels that they were hiding in. So I think I'm gonna switch these guys around. This one has someone in it, so we're gonna make it the trigger barrel. I should be good to break this one. Let's put this one here. Break it. That's rude. I'm gonna make this work, chat. I want the chaos. So I don't know why certain ones are alerting them and certain ones aren't. Okay. I don't know if this is quite connected enough. I hope so. Okay. This one has a dude in it. I need to be careful about that. Can I shoot this one from far enough away to not alert them, or will they be immediately alerted? Cool. That's fine. So that one's not a problem yet. This is now fully connected. So I'm gonna move this barrel with a dude in it to here. This should now catch on fire. Maybe I'll move it into just to be certain. No chances were taken on this day. Okay, this spot didn't work either. So let's move this guaranteed into the stuff. Which of these do and don't have dudes in them? This one has someone. So I'm actually gonna swap these guys' places. That one also has one. Damn it. That sucks. Okay. But I don't think this one does. I think this one's clear. So I might be able to break it without alerting them. Okay. Cool. So now we've got that going for us. Oh, this is all connected much better than it was. Okay, in theory, we might be good to go ahead and blow everything up now. I love that for me. Okay, chat. Into the doorway with us. The doorway of safety. Set ourselves up to watch the room go up in flames. Alright, where would I need to be to hit this? Cool, right in the doorway. Alright, chat, let's see if it works this time. It worked. We missed a bit of it, but it did work. So that's cool. I'm a little bummed that when it brought us into combat, it moved my camera over to where we couldn't see. Therefore, I want to get to see it. We know it works now. Now we need the shot. Alright. I loved that explosion. That was nice. Very nice indeed. Okay, so... I'm a little annoyed that the support beams didn't catch fire. Honestly, I was really hoping that they would. So that kind of sucks. That's a lot of damage that they didn't take. I was about to ask why the hell Lae'zel's in combat, but it makes sense. If this guy is... Yeah, this guy's in combat. That's fine, we can take care of that. Yeet. Alright, what dude? Okay. Lorelai's not in combat, though. She's gonna be. I still need to bind her pact weapon, and I need to do that before she enters combat. Because I think these through. Okay, that should not have brought her into initiative. They have no fucking clue she's here. Hate that for me. That just sucks a lot. Okay. So... That's not a lot of damage. Oh well.
Shall we cut and run?
Oh hey, a round of surprise. That's cool for me, actually.
Make way.
Alright, she's blocking the door a little bit, which sucks. There. Well, they're not all surprised, but they are gonna all be on fire. Why are two of them moving? Oh, it scared me. Smack you with my shield, which I don't know if that did anything. Okay. A lot of these guys are burning, which is great. Okay, I can get quite a few of these guys in Fairy Fire, but keep Shadowheart out of it, so let's do that. And we're gonna stab you. Or we're gonna miss entirely, which is also an option. Okay, we didn't lose concentration, which is good. Okay.
Let's finish this.
Let's put a spiritual weapon out here so that we can hopefully eventually get out. Cool. Close enough, I guess. Alright, Astarion vibing in this room. We're all vibing in the doorway together. It's great. It's definitely not an issue. There we go. Now we're getting people into the firefight. Oh, cool. We can't get him through. Perfect. Set yourselves on fire. I love that for me. Let's go. Very nice. Oh. Yeah. Okay, they're all taking various amounts of fire damage. They're all going after the spiritual weapon, except for that one. Okay, we're gonna smack. Okay. Love the blessings. Alright, their turn. Fire damage. Y'all keep attacking that spiritual weapon to your heart's content. Makes things much easier for me. Okay. Smack that. Dead. Love it, love it, love it. Can't target items. That's unfortunate. Okay. Well, I guess we'll just bring you into the room then. Starion, would you like to break this one too? You would. That's really nice of you. And then we can stab you. We can miss. That works too. Ow! You know, that was bound to happen at some point. But hey, more fire. We love more fire. Real quick, just so I know. If the drunk entity is killed with fire, a firewine explosion occurs. Ew, is that the case? Oh, I can't use on that one, but I can do this. An explosion, they say. Probably could have killed both of those on my turn, but...
What do I have to lose?
Why did my see invisibility just kick on? No one's invisible. Okay. Alright, down you go. And there you have it, chat. Fire! All of the fire done did, chat. Amazing setup for that. So glad that it worked. Ceremonial mace. We need that for a thing. So that's good.
Battle has taken its toll. I
It has indeed taken its toll, says the one that has full hit points. Like, Lae'zel, girl, you took no damage. Why does the invisibility just keep kicking on and off? Like, is there something invisible that I'm supposed to be seeing here?
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Lost and received, lost and received. I don't know why. That's weird. Okay. Oh my god, what is...
Indolence breeds madness.
Who is...
What's next, I wonder?
What a day.
Oh, above me.
No traps, please.
I'm seeing the things above me. Yeah, I just saw all of the Grimishkas. That's why I keep invisible going on and off. It's because they're not in this room.
I've seen everything.
Oh my gosh. Alright, let's pull everybody towards us here. Okay, chat. We've been going for a little bit under 3 hours here, though. I think we need to make sure we take a break now, chat. We need to get up, we need to stretch, get food, get water. Whatever it is that we need to make sure that we are taking care of ourselves. And we will be right back. Good job, chat. We back. We doing things again. Okay, let's see here. Good job with the words, chat. Alright, we're back to the standard VTuber model. Okay, let's see. So we can get up this way, but we'd have to be able to jump it. I just don't know if everyone can make it. Astarian's the only one I'm really worried about. Hey! Alright. We're making those. Okay. So, now we're up here. We've got some goopy water. Oh,
What's that?
not water. I don't know how you would miss the dirt buried chest on the tile. Okay, which pet just came in here, farted, and left? What the fuck? Thank Thank you, pets. The lovely part about having animals, chat. Okay. That's a whole lot of perception fails. That's fun.
How delicious.
No one stopped me yet.
Okay. Let's give us our short rest here.
Is someone crying?
Is someone crying? Okay, I can see the Grimishkas. Okay. They have magic allergy. If a spell or cantrip is cast close to them, it might react to the magic and trigger a random effect. That's right. I forgot about that on them. Okay. Surprised, but they didn't take damage, and that one healed! Okay, thank you that time.
Victory awaits.
Okay.
Make way.
Smack. And it's that one down. Next. Okay. These two aren't in combat yet, so we might be able to get some extra. And smack. Love it. Again, please. Perfect. Alright. Shadowheart. Let's get you doing some good stuff here, shall we? Some magic! Hey, and we crit that one. Cool. We took care of a lot of those very quickly. Okay, we've got several still left. I just want to get... Okay, we got 3 up here and 3 down here. Okay. Let's... Okay, he's invisible. Let's dash him over here. Alright, they all have to dash to get closer. Oh my god, they got so far! These ones are also gonna dash. Okay, that's less great, but a thing. Taking my chair out. Okay, there we go. Okay, he can't get very far, but I can get him in the room. Let's dash him on over here. She already took her turn, so I'm just gonna put her safely in this corner. Okay, we are super surrounded. I'm gonna have to hit him if I want to hit all of these. Ooh, but spells, that's gonna be fun. Alright, yeet! Ah, they're unstable now. Start of his next turn, it'll trigger a random effect. This'll be fun! This is gonna hurt.
Another day, another fight.
I am fury. I am death.
You sure are, Lae'zel. Oh, we almost... Oh, that one full knocked out. Okay. It's also not unstable anymore. Cool, that's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and do this. That one's down. That one's down. Okay, your turn. Okay, you're down, and with any luck... Yay! No unstable magic effects for you. That went nicely.
Seems simple enough.
No, nothing exploded or did anything horrifying. That easily could have been so much worse. Okay, did we already have that recipe unlocked? Is that why it didn't actually... give? Might have already had that potion. I was wondering why it wasn't actually giving us anything. Yeah, no, that's super a success. I'll definitely take that. That went very nicely. Why am I still seeing invisibility, though? Oh, is it because the one that we didn't...
Here we go again.
Okay. Take that. No, it's a permanent condition. I don't know why it keeps turning on and off then. That's weird. Okay, Astarion. Open this door. Please. What do we got, chat? What do we got? Oh, 15! Exactly what we needed. Love that. Cool. Let's read this. Dawn Masters. Fire the Land. Slide of the Thunder. Okay. So many people in this room. Okay.
Step quick.
Oh, we already moved that. Ooh, there's a nest of books. Alright. Alright, let's open ourselves some gates and get some loot, please. Very nice. Okay. Trusted battle axe. So yeah, we're getting up to the part where we're gonna have to do the sneaky puzzle stuff. This is a very puzzle-heavy area. We still make it. Cool. Product resist. Okay. Open this.
For a dull moment.
Okay.
Open up. At the ready.
Make our way around here. Okay. So, this is so loud, sir. This is sneaky puzzle room.
Maybe I
Let's
need
grab ourselves this key here. We probably already unlocked what it goes to. Okay, we have the mace. Or something. We have a ceremonial weapon that we picked up from someone. I thought I picked it up using a Starian. Maybe not. Who picked it up? Hope I didn't send it to camp. Oh, nope, there it is. Ceremonial mace. Okay, let's drop that. Okay, who holding the mace?
The monastery's notable keepers adorn these intricate
Hammer.
panels.
Nothing. You should be the mace then.
Lathendarian monasteries of this size were usually overseen by Dawn Masters, esteemed members of the clergy.
Okay, let's just
Reconsecration
slowly
of the
all of
monastery,
them.
conducted by Dawn Master Seed. Evensong before the Zenith Day, celebrated by Dawn Master Stockhold.
Who's not holding a weapon, so he's either the mace or the broken one is the mace.
Dawn Master Welkin Glory.
He's clearly the sword. This one's clearly the hammer.
In Lathander's name. Dawn Master Vasaid wielding. The rest of the inscription and picture has shattered away.
Okay. So, I'm pretty sure ye old broken one.
Dawn Master Vasaid.
Nope. Okay. Every time. It's the one that's not holding a goddamn thing. Which is always ridiculous that that's... He's not holding anything, which is why that puzzle bothers me. I'm sure that one of the books that you can read probably tells you which one it's supposed to be, but bothers me every time. Put it in the picture, like...
That might be worth a look.
So I made that same mistake last time. Okay. Let's go back in. Line out this one. Okay. Guardian of Faith is still vibing over here. I don't think I can... I can jump it in. Will it attack me outright if I enter the room, or is it only if I attack the door and stuff? Enchanted door.
A Guardian of Faith spell. And a remarkably long-lasting one at that.
There's the battle axe. Okay, it's the moment I touch one of them. That's fine. It's fine.
Shouldn't have made me your enemy.
Oh my god, I forgot how much they hit back. Okay, well, there's the battle axe. Not a hammer. Battle axe. That's great. Okay. Totally fine. A little bloody, but we're fine. Be a lot worse. What's this do again? Blandur's warding light protects this door from any harm, dealing less than 50 damage. Okay, and that's why you can't deal with that door.
Let's see what this does. Let's have a look at myself.
I look great. Alright, back out here. Are you guys... Oh, you're not attachment. It's like, why aren't you coming with? Come on, Astarion. You can make it. I don't believe in you. Okay.
What now?
You're so bad at this. Just go.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Yep. Keep coming. You can do it. There you go.
Can't slow down.
Okay.
The monastery's notable keepers adore the reconsecration of the monastery, conducted by Dawnmaster Seed.
That's like super a hammer.
I'll give it a shot.
Dawnmaster Seed.
I'm gonna wait until I remember where the last one is. I remember it was in such a... I think the mace is the one that I already had and just forgot about. So hopefully the last one's not too hard to find. She says uncertainly. Okay, we could go up there. Okay, I am a little bit too hurt, though, to keep risking this too much. So let's rest here. You just vibing here, zombie? Good for you. Make sure that no one wants to talk to me. There's not that many people here to talk to. It's fine. Cool. Math. Mostly getting lucky. I was barely looking at numbers enough to actually... Oh, there's Withers. I was like, where's Withers at? What the heck? There you are. Alright, leave camp. Sword, skeleton. Super curious. We've already been in there. Okay, come down here, grab a couple things. Oh, I didn't do the birds up top before I got rid of my speak with animals. I just didn't have the health to really deal with it properly. Aha. Stuff. Bunch of arrows. We like a bunch of arrows. It's always helpful. This just takes us back up. I don't think there's a chest on the way here, but you never know sometimes. Always worried I'm gonna miss something if I don't take all of the paths, you know? I love how only Lae'zel came with me. That's super helpful of them. Okay, that's fine. Oh,
Within the artifact, a feeling stirs. Uncertainty.
Enchanted security. Okay, so we can't open this
Your
without...
curiosity is getting the better of you. Do not let it. Stay away from the Githyanki.
Don't tell me what to do!
They're hunting you. They want the artifact. They'll stop at nothing to take it from you.
Yup. Okay. Work our way back over here. Where's Shadowheart?
Well, I think. Lady of
Oh,
Sorrow's
hello.
Goddess. Did you want something?
Speaking of, I'd pay attention. Were you standing right there? You sure are now. Alright. You need a nap? I also need a nap. A nap would be so good. Noli's Pillow Fort would be a good spot to nap. That's true.
Keep them busy.
Looks like a magic mouth spell.
We have to fire the lance.
That voice probably belongs to someone long gone.
Probably. Okay. It's about making extracts, which I'm not really worried about. Offerings. Ah, shelf. Anything good? Not particularly.
Something over there.
I see that. Okay, nothing in those. I guess I need to check these barrels real quick, since the way in is the barricade there. Okay, nothing. Whew. There we go. That was faster. Alright, Alright, we've got a rusty mace, which is not what we're looking for up top. A lot of looting to do in this area, unfortunately. Takes a hot minute to get through it all. Okay. Trying not to miss any skeletons that might have something. They mostly have bones, though. Which, I mean, why wouldn't they? They are skeletons, after all. Okay, that's open. Starring, if you'd be so kind. Beautiful. Mind reading potion. Next side. That. Read that. Okay.
I wonder what the next move is. Need to keep going.
Visitors.
Beloved morning, Lord. I must request of thee a reverential reverie.
That scared me. Hi, can I...
Visited this place in a forlorn and forgotten age, to lay mine eyes upon the blood of Lathander.
Let me put this on. Hello.
Thou shalt return to me. Thou shalt have my blessing.
I was hoping that, like, being here, he'd have something specific to say.
You feel a chuckle coming up. The blood of Lathander, spilled in holy battle with Samaster, immortalized here for all to worship.
So they kept the blood of Lathander here. No wonder it was looted.
True. A wonder indeed, chat. I was hoping that the spiritual monk dude would have more to say since he started talking there. I thought maybe if I pulled the amulet out, he'd give a little something extra.
That's a Githyanki blade, if ever I saw one.
Good job.
Very well.
Okay.
Let's have a look.
Sounds like
There we go. There's someone seeing it. Okay, I can't get over there to loot any of that. So, I think we just need to get up top to where the eagles are now before we head down. Speaking of getting to where the eagles are, I need speak with animals. So, who has the bag of things? Perfect. Do not shut the door. Undo that. Okay.
Stand your ground! Keep them busy! We have to fire the lance.
Okay, so there should be a way up. Right here. Okay, there's the warhammer. It is considered stealing. Why is Lae'zel in front? Thank you. That's the correct person.
Intruder! In my nest! This area was meant to be safe! Xavier, get behind Mummy.
See, but that's not true. I'm super interested in the nest. In fact, I need something that's distinctly in the nest. Alright, battle time. I am not in a good spot for this. Uh-oh. Goodbye! Damn. Ow.
What should I do?
Up you go, please. I don't have the correct amulet on her now. Damn. Okay. It's fine.
Time to strike. Swift and lethal.
Oh, and we're entangled.
Let's turn someone inside out.
He's just down here now, which is super helpful. Well, at least I have someone down there who can loot shit.
Fight. Let's go.
It's screeching for help.
Sure is.
Victory awaits.
Alright, let's beat you up. There we go. Alright, Astarion, since you're down here, you get to just do some stuff. We'll figure out how to get you back in a moment. Don't know if he'll be able to jump back or not. Oh, Alright, painted chest. What do we got? Holy Lance Helm. Creatures who miss their attack rolls against the wearer must make a dexterity saving throw or take 1 to 4 radiant damage. It's not great. But I'll take it. Oh, sorry, chat. Okay, what do we got over here? Can he even make this? No, no he can't. Is there anything over it? There is a singular pouch. Cool. Do I have a flying scroll? Anywhere? Because flying would help on all accounts. But I am not seeing one. I'd rather not use all of my Misty Steps. Feather Falls won't help. Don't want to use my dimension doors either. Oh, I need to put my good necklace back on. Is there a potion? Is Enhanced Leap a potion, or is that something that only has to be an ability thing? Glorious Vaulting, 10 turns. Anything else that I'm missing? No, we look just fine from here. Okay, let's get him back up before this runs out. It's not too high. You have the perfect jump height for this shit. Okay, quickly get over here so that you can make this jump instead. And yeet! Okay, there we go. If only I could go in this way. That'd be nice. No more vines, thank you. Alright, let's grab what we needed from up here now. We need the hammer. Yes, yes, you're encumbered now. Actually, I can send this to camp, so I don't have to worry about it.
Action, not reaction.
Loot the birds.
One true way.
Alright, does anybody have anything to say about...
A formidable
Thank you.
weapon. Was this used on my people?
It was certainly used on someone.
Intestines throb. Blood whispers.
Let's get on with it.
What to do?
Hit that short rest for the health back.
Battle awaits. Light on my feet.
It's fine, Lae'zel. Okay, make sure we're not missing things. Look around real good. Ancient warrior. Close. Is this a hiding spot? Oh no, this is describing the location of the crush. That's fine. We're already here. Okay, I think we're done up here and are safe to head down.
What's hiding here?
And a few extra things. No, not down. Puzzle room. We have the weapons. That's what we need to do.
Should get started.
Okay. So let's climb down here, because this is the closest spot to the puzzle. That's something in the room below, I think, that we saw. I think we had this bug last time, too. Okay. Ceremonial doodad time. We need to drop this first. Hammer. Oh, alright, and over here we've got battle axe. There we go. Pouch, thank you. Note to the Dawn Master. Read. Okay, don't think we're gonna make it. Blood is secure. We close it off with magic. Only one of our own can take it. If anyone else tries, the walls will fall, and they won't get out of here alive. Should that happen, pray but do not mourn. It's for the best. Okay.
Blood sounds important.
Yoink.
Could it still be here somewhere?
Could indeed.
The weapon stopped glowing. How odd.
How odd. Don't mind me as I take all these priceless artifacts to go sell. And the Warhammer is one with the platform, apparently. There we go. Whew, okay. Let's send all of these away. They do extra radiant damage, though, which is kind of nice. I wonder if I could put that... Oh, that's right, I can't do long swords. I've already been over this. Okay. Oh, I wanted to send those to camp so that they weren't weighing me down. That's right. Okay. Should do that with a lot of this. Get it out of the way. I'm gonna actually need that very shortly as soon as I head down to the Githyanki, but it's fine. Okay, fastest way down there. I don't know if there really is a fastest way down other than just yeeting myself off the ledge, but, you know. Okay. Everybody's following okay. That's great. Shadowheart, can I get you to animate a corpse, please? Cool. I know that's one of her 3rd level spells, but if I just have him ready...
Here we go.
Hit that save. Oh, there's a dude that I didn't loot. My bad. Okay. Alright, down in we go, chat. Okay.
Sentries to arms! Istik, state your purpose quickly. Stand down, Gish. Is it not Vlaakith's command to welcome her faithful?
I expected no visitors, faithful or otherwise. Why have you come?
Reasons. Ooh, advantage being Dark Urge. I'm an unmatched killer, you want me as your ally. There we go. Oh no, you were falling asleep, had to play music just to wake you up. Wakey, wakey, it's not bedtime! We need to at minimum roll at 10. 14, let's go.
The sentry considers you for a moment, assessing the risk you pose.
Very well. Perhaps Inquisitor Wawargaz could use the aid of an adventurer. Seek the Inquisitor within. Step lightly, Istik. He's not known for his lenience.
Alright, sounds good. Okay. Now we need to proceed with caution. We can't loot this whole place yet. I don't know how this will go. We'll have to wait and see. First things first, waypoint.
Such a lack of discipline would be punished severely in Kalir.
Walk freely. This place is as tight as a patriarch's purse.
We should have been disarmed on entry. At least we weren't, but it's strange.
I'm glad we weren't disarmed on entry.
Too intimidating.
Oh yes, you're so intimidating.
Blood? Rust? Squall? Is there no odious substance not smeared on this delivery? I'd heard this plane was disgusting, but I didn't think it would be like this.
You're very shiny. Yeah, all my stuff's super spotless.
Fine, but your paraphernalia had better be pristine.
It's not. It's fine, chat. Oh my god, you have so little money on you. Okay. Okay, I need all of your healing potions. Definitely the nice one. Okay. Let's start taking a look here. Basic battle axe, basic dagger, defender flail. Reduce incoming bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing by 1. Okay, not a ton. We're gonna get a better weapon in here eventually anyways. I used this one a lot, though. Reduce the number you need to roll a crit while attacking by 1. This effect can stack. When you roll 2 damage or less, reroll the dice, taking the highest result. You have advantage on attack rolls against lightly or heavily obscured targets with this blade. I might need to use this to replace one of the 2 less great weapons that we have. The Scissor Blade is nice because of the silencing. It just doesn't do that much for us. Why do I have a plus to radiant damage? What's giving me a plus to radiant? Morning Lord's Radiance buff? What is... Okay, I have some sort of buff that I got from somewhere. Anyways, 5 to 13. Yeah, I'm gonna grab that. Lerthian's Wrath. What do we got here? What are you? Razor Gale. Swing your weapon in a cyclone of steel that deals razor blade sharp damage to all enemies within range. It's a long sword, though. I don't think any of us can really use that. It sounds great, and I want it, but... weapon is invisible while equipped. It loses this property for 2 rounds on a missed attack roll. What? Affected entity can't be disarmed. Ah. So I can't be disarmed, but if I miss, then it's no longer invisible and I can be disarmed for 2 rounds. That's interesting. Basic short bow, war pick, witch breaker. Advantage on attacks against concentrating creatures. When the wearer casts a spell that requires concentration, they gain 8 temporary hit points. Need to look to see what boots Shadowheart is wearing, because she has a lot of concentration spells. The wearer gains a +1 bonus to spell attack rolls. Your ranged spell attacks are made as melee spell attacks when you are adjacent to a hostile creature. I think we might want those. We lose our Bane gloves, though, if we do that. Set the wearer's dexterity score to 18. The enchantment has no effect if their dexterity score is higher without it. I need to look at more people's stuff first here. Oh, that's a very expensive dagger. That's fine. I can afford it. Boost his dex to 18 instead of the missile snaring might be worth it. He'd do quite a bit of damage. I wish I could see his stats in here. His dexterity is already a +3. Okay, what were Shadowheart's boots? When the wearer heals a target, it gains 3 temporary hit points. So she's giving temporary hit points versus her getting temporary hit points. Restore additional 2 hit points every time you heal another creature. This is where we're starting to get into the nitty-gritty shit, chat. I could give him the Bane gloves instead, but I think 18 dex just might be nicer.
My faith protects me.
On your way then.
What are his stats? 17, not worth it. Okay. We will not be getting those gloves.
Back so soon?
Instead, we'll get these gloves and we can give Astarion the other ones and take the missile snaring ones off of him. Okay.
Watch your step.
So now we have the ability to make melee spell attacks instead. So we'll take the missile snaring ones off Astarion and give him, and possibly inflicting a penalty onto them when he attacks. So that's nice.
Haven't had enough yet?
Never. Okay. Spell Thief Bow I don't want to get rid of right now. Because reasons.
Enough waiting. I crave blood.
Watch your...
Why do I have Morning Lord's Radiance? What's giving that to me? Is it... Where's the thing that I picked up? Where is the thing that I picked up? I thought that I picked up the symbol thing for doing... Oh, there it is. The Dawnmaster's Crest. Yeah. Weird. Huh.
Used to love those. The ones about Kithrak Boss were my favorite.
Okay. We need to go back to camp, grab a bunch of stuff out of our box, and sell it all. Okay. Okay. Next person. Lae'zel is closest to the chest. There's nothing there for me. You though. You. All of this. Do I have enough room? Yay! Okay.
Still alive, so that's progress.
Leave camp. And then, again,
For more?
constantly. Oh. Cool. That one. Okay.
Go on then.
I need to send some of this extra stuff to camp. I need to fix my inventory a bit, though. Absolute mess. Okay. So... Let's clean up everyone's organization first, and then I will... Okay. So, Starion is using additional damage to targets have all their hit points. I could get rid of the Sickle of Bual finally, in favor of giving Astarion the Knife of the Undermountain for now.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
2 to 11 or 3 to 9. It's not that different. It's a matter of if I want silencing or if I want... Oh, this doesn't even work here anymore. I think we're too far away from them for it to actually do what it's supposed to do. Cool. Okay, so yeah, we need to switch off that anyways. We're gonna send that to camp. Cool. We're fine now. Okay, let's send some of this extra stuff away. Send this away. Keep Speak with Dead one. Oh, we need to keep the Featherfall ones. Let's keep the Lesser Restoration. Okay. Let's see. Arrows. That's all of the arrows. That's nice. Scrolls. Okay, quest items. Antidote that doesn't need to be in there. Oh, we never used Lump's Warhorn. Oh well. Whoops. I should have used that in the fight right before we left. We're gonna put Gale's hand in with the quest items. Can I not take the book? I can't take the book off. Noted. Okay. That's fine. Can I take the backpack of things then, and then put it in there? No. That's rude. Oh, that's because that's the wrong bag. I'm silly. Backpack of things? Now? No. Doesn't matter. It can't go in a bag. That's fine. Okay, you can have the backpack of things back then. Okay, this has the nonsense things that I'm probably never going to use. Let's send that to camp. Okay, I want to take the healing potions out and just have those with me. But everything else I can start cleaning up here a little bit more. $76 regular potions. It's crazy, chat. Why is it going that direction when I'm... That's really annoying. Don't do that, please. Okay, well that's weird. A little bit broken. It's fine. My inventory's a little scuffed. Okay. Carefully. Let's put my dyes in here for now, too. Why not? Okay. Now the bag of dangerous things. Oh, I missed an antidote and an animal speaking potion in the last one. Wrong bag. Okay. There we go. Poison, drow poison, drow poison. Still broken. Vaulting. Wizard's Bane. Holy water. Vitality is also broken. Okay, that's fine. Alchemist's Fire. Poison Slime Blob. Smoke Powder. Holy water. That was not the holy water. That's the holy water. And for some reason, the Wyvern Toxins don't stack. Don't know why. They just don't. Dinner's ready. Hooray! What is for dinner? Okay. That's better. Let's use this empty bag for some of these extra things. Oh, I missed a bunch of scrolls. So that's still a little broken, but
Don't touch me.
better than it was.
Whatever comes, I'm ready.
Ignorance breeds madness.
What am I to do?
Let's put the oil accuracy in there now that I've realized I missed it. And let's grab this poison that I missed, which is also now broken, I think. Cool. I wonder, do these just not stack? Is that what they don't stack? That's what the issue was. Oh my god. Okay. Awesome. Cleaned up.
All's well that ends.
Okay. I found one more sword in there that we can now sell.
Haven't had enough yet?
Never. Shadowheart had a short sword. Cool.
Remember.
Okay, chat. Since dinner is ready, this is as good a place as any for us to take a break now. Oh, so, y'all know the deal. Make sure you get up, stretch, get food, get water, whatever it is that you need to make sure you're taking care of yourself. And we will be right back. Oh, womp womp chat. Okay. We are back. I've eaten some food. I ate most of my dinner already, but I still have a little bit of applesauce left. Okay, chat. Let's see. I don't know if I ever went up there last time. Did I read safely? Yes, okay. What's up here? I don't remember this chunk up here last time.
You remember that story?
Which one? Six Arm of Tunaran?
So what are y'all having for dinner tonight, chat? What you got?
It was some wolf story.
I used to love those. The ones about people like
This side.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
Where does this go? Oh. How? Where does this connect to? Hold up. You all stay put. I didn't know there was a whole ass back door here, chat. Damn, and it's not even- it's in a spot I was already at, too. Alright. Had some chicken strips. Let's go. They're like nuggies, but longer. Okay. Let's head back down and do the other important things here.
You're next on the list. That's why you're here, guarding nothing. I don't know. It's rather dark down here.
Okay, we've got a couple of options here. Alright, let's look in on the training real quick.
Chucky, when you have a chance to kill your enemy, you take it. Chucky, why do you keep hesitating? My instructions were clear.
Because they don't make sense. Killing each other like this. It's stupid. Awful.
Silence. It seems your childish prattling is attracting an audience. You fight again. This time, daggers only. And to the death, as instructed. Who wants to challenge this sniveling Istark?
Can I?
You? Tuskva. My students do not waste their time fighting such weaklings. But as we seem so intent on doing things differently today, why not? Take a dagger, stranger. This exercise requires nothing more than a blade and a backbone. What are you waiting for? Begin!
I refuse. There has to be a better way.
Do I get to attack him anyway?
Kill him and put us all out of our misery.
Oh, there is an option to try to, like, stop yourself. Shred him. Shred him. Violence!
Ah, a true warrior's kill. Quick, bloody, and a scream to curdle the stomach juices of Vlaakith herself. Move him out of the way.
I wish there had been a Dark Urge option for that kill.
You are well on your way to being gate food. Do better.
Because that was kind of like the perfect opportunity for a Dark Urge option. Voice sounds familiar, kind of like Mark Hamill. I don't know who voices all of these people. Probably not Mark Hamill, if I had to guess, but... Okay.
This imposing portrait depicts
A nice portrait,
powerful
chat.
Githyanki warrior, undeniably regal in her mien.
Blacketh herself. She is both the sun that blinds us and the void that contains us. Praise be.
In the corner of the painting is a small symbol you can't quite place.
Oh, jeez. Oh, God, let's not draw a face on it. I probably should, but, you know. Alright, let's try to inspect that symbol and get something out of it. 21? Oh, jeez. Okay, well, let's use our extra bonus here to try. Yay! I don't think I got this last time, so let's see what we have here.
You recall stories of a prince riding a comet just like this one.
Oh.
With sudden clarity, you realize it's the symbol of Orpheus, a forgotten hero from the tales of your youth.
The sign of Orpheus. Blasphemy. Would I could quarter the vandal myself.
I mean... Lae'zel's gonna eat me alive. Shit. That's fine, I've got inspiration. Much better. Lae'zel's gonna kill me. Or that dude that was coming in the...
You took a moment to fully appreciate your masterpiece. She certainly looks a little less regal now.
The true heart of villainy, chat.
I thought you better than such juvenile antics.
Never. Wow, what happened there? Can't believe it. That's crazy.
Is this? What's that? I need to get rid of it before the Inquisitor sees.
Good luck with that, dude.
What's this, Jack?
Okay,
Aim.
isn't there... I thought this hole was something, I don't remember super well. Okay. We're gonna save here. Because I've never done this part without, people being hostile to me, so this will be interesting. Oh, can I... Hold on, can I have that dude come all the way in, please? In you come on. Thank you. Come on.
A parasite, brimming with magic. Take it.
I will not. Okay.
A parasite.
So many
Take
of them.
it. Vertical incision from pineal eye to end of notochord. Intestinal coloration consistent with samples 231 to 259. Do you have a question? Or are you just going to stand there gawking? I am a child of Gith, not discarded rat flesh. Am I not due your respect? Perhaps. Perhaps not. Let the Istik with you speak, and I will decide what respect you're owed.
Tadpole.
You must be desperate to seek my aid. Tell me, how long have you been infected?
Far too long.
So you're conscious of your infection, but showing no signs of cerebral impairment. Either your tadpole is special, or you are. We must find out which.
It's the tadpole,
Go to the Zaithis.
because otherwise we're all special.
I will ensure you're cured. The apparatus at the top of those stairs. Quickly now. Time is of the essence. Even Githyanki rarely experiences Zaithis. You are very lucky, Istik.
Okay, well, this is gonna go well. I didn't expect to stick myself in it.
The device is strange, made of taut flesh and pockmarked metal. It waits for something.
The Zaithisk. Vlaakith's purity distilled. My duty. My right.
Investigation. Maybe. Nope. What the fuck is this thing? I don't have a lot of inspiration. Uh-oh. That'll do it.
The device is an ingenious synthesis of illithid anatomy and metal alloys. It hums with psionic energy, hinting at paths into unknown minds and unseen planes.
Stand aside. My time has come.
Go for it,
Please,
Lae'zel.
Vlaakith. Let it be done.
Sit, child. Let the Zaithis end your suffering.
Oh, when you say it like that, it's reassuring.
You must focus on the parasite at all times. The Zaithis will do the rest.
Yeah.
An unseen blade cleaves your mind in two. Impossible pain sears your bones and body in concert with Lae'zel's. The Zaithis psionic forces batter Lae'zel's thoughts. There is no chance she will survive this unscathed.
Unscathed doesn't mean dead, though.
Yes, child. Speak the Talakit. Meditate on its verses.
You feel Lae'zel's mind rip and rupture. Is this purification? Is this the cure?
Okay. Plead with the doctor or persuasion. It's not gonna do anything, but... Whoop, that's bright. I don't think I can fucking roll high enough for this. Certainly can't. Yep, alright.
No! Vlaakith! Purge me of this blight!
You share in Lae'zel's agony. Every cell within her skull bursts into a constellation of fragments, sorted and reassembled. Lae'zel will die if she remains.
Yes, child. Jamar, Zala, Vlaakith, call to your queen.
My queen! Hear me!
So, we're just gonna stand here and let it kill her? Is that the plan?
Your vision narrows. You sense myriad specters of Githyanki past. This is their fate. This is their anguish.
Seek answers. Can I get... I can't afford Blazel dying here. Fuck.
The pain is too great. The visions flicker, but refuse to come into
I don't have the
focus.
party members to lose her. I can't make these rolls. Having no inspiration at this part is...
I am becoming pure!
Yes, child. Face her will.
Your marrow quakes within your bones. Behind the pain, a new sensation rises. Power.
Remove her!
I think I've got a better chance at Arcana, yeah. Or fucking that, you know. Well, Lae'zel's dying, you know. It's fine.
The Zaith'isk overwhelms the both of you. The weight of the astral sea crushes your mind and spirit.
Enough!
Whoops! Oh, cool. She's not dead.
Damn it all! The parasite. I still feel it. I am Githyanki. I will not be Gith.
My life's work gone. And yet she lives. And so does her parasite.
There's something in her voice that goes beyond rage, curiosity perhaps, or regret. Whatever it is, you cannot identify it.
We could lie to her, or we could try to get more out of her. It's totally gone. Fuck these rolls, man. Thank goodness, finally.
Really? Then all this destruction was a symptom of its power?
Yep, totally.
Incredible. I am disappointed that we could not extract it alive. It would have been an exceptional specimen. In any case, the problem is resolved. Leave me. I must salvage what I can.
No! I followed the protocol! I must be cleansed!
I can't have you doubting shit now, Lae'zel.
Protocol. I kept to my faith. Yet the Zaith'isk might have killed me.
But it
Someone
didn't.
must have tampered with it. An aberrance I can't begin to comprehend.
Yep, can't believe they tamper with it.
There must be a Sharlak in this creche. A traitor. The sort that is hunted, slaughtered, and erased from our histories.
Totally.
Few would dare dishonor their queen. Fewer still would be so brazen. Now hurry. We must go to the Charai and inform him of the Zaith'isk's tampering.
Let's do exactly that. Can't have you doubting Vlaakith, Lae'zel. We gotta take you down the worst possible road here. A pouch that's not stealing. Damn, it's empty. That about sums it up, huh? Okay. Let's see, we've still got an egg to steal as well. So let's see if we can handle that real quick. Lae'zel, I need you to stay put.
Istik are permitted to view the birthing pools now. These are strange times.
So
Step carefully
strange.
while here. Our hatchery is protected by lethal safeguards. I do not wish to pick your remains from them.
Why aren't there more eggs?
Most are hatched. Only one remains. Monitored by Varsh Kofu, the caretaker of our young. You may speak to the Varsh if you wish, but stay away from the egg. There will be no second warning.
Don't you worry. Alright, let's go talk to a dude, shall we? How the fuck am I supposed to get over there and talk to him? Ow! I'm fine. Okay, Shadowheart. I would like you to come closer as well, so that you can give me any bonuses while doing this.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
You can tell Kithrak Therazin that my position has not changed. The egg requires more time. Furthermore...
Hello.
I was not expecting an Istik. What brings you to my hatchery?
Who were you expecting? I came here to steal an egg. Who are you expecting?
Someone with orders from our commander to destroy this egg. Almost all of the eggs in its clutch have hatched. We await only one more, which is taking its time.
Is it now?
Most caretakers would not give the child its fair chance, but I shall. There could be greatness in that shell.
You note that the hope in his voice is tinged with weariness. It's the voice of a man who's fought the inevitable for a long time.
What if it doesn't hatch?
Kithrak Therazin will give orders to destroy it. She will say it's a weakling. I'll give it a while longer. And if it doesn't hatch, it will have proven her right.
Or... let's see, what do we have the best chance at? +4, +4, or a +4 and 3. I guess intimidation we have the best shot at, so... let's go. Cool.
A forceful demand. But the Kithrak speaks for our queen. And I live to serve. Fine. You can take it.
Yay.
Please come out.
Okay. All of the mines have been locationally divulged.
Breathe deep and move.
Okay, I can go down this way. This works. Jeez, I forgot just how absolutely much stuff there is here. Hi. I think I'm gonna have to go in the acid water, which sucks. Like, I could Misty Step. But getting back out is still a problem at that point. Where's the vaulting? That one. Thank you.
Large green egg with an uneven shell. You can see a vague outline of something within it.
Well, I'm not gonna crush it because we're stealing it, so... Oink. Awesome. Okay. So, there's not anything else in here.
Let's get on with it. Got to keep moving.
No time to rest.
Just gonna full jump you over here. Yeet.
My faith will guide me.
You're gonna jump to there.
Let's get going. Moving ahead.
Okay. Lae'zel never needs to know. Okay, so. Time to have the big conversations, chat.
Please, Chitrai, I can explain. The latest batch of cultists knew nothing of the astral prism. They were just trying to find Moonrise. They all head there. My Gish have drafted plans to assault the tower. They are ready to fight. Chitrai, we could sift the missing artifact from the tower's ashes if you would give us...
Quiet. Find the astral prism, Therizin. My patience falters.
Yes, Chitrai. You heard him! Go!
Y'all aren't even gonna make it to
She says.
Moonrise.
She remains your Kithrak. For now.
Oof. Alright, we're officially in the danger zone. Oh, that's right, you're fucking scared of... How did I not notice until the very end of the game her freaking wolf thing? Zombie still alive? So this is actually a new zombie. I raised it outside of the temple before we came in. Or in the middle of being inside, but I went back out and grabbed it because the other zombie perished at some point. Oh no, I think I long rested the other zombie away. That's what happened. So yeah, I raised a new one. I used a spell slot to go ahead and have that just prepared. I figured it'd be better to have it cast outside of combat than trying to deal with casting it during combat.
Can't slow down. I have something to ask.
Alright, there's
An istik in my creche. You are one of the mercenaries sent to bring the weapon.
The istik is with me, honored Kithrak.
So noted. But my question goes unanswered. Do you bring the weapon?
Don't tell her anything.
There's a traitor among you.
She speaks the truth, Kithrak.
A Sharlak? Among us? Whom would you accuse?
That's for the Inquisitor to know.
Vague allegations and undue demands. A poor introduction for an unproven istik. The very same said to hold the weapon we seek. Shemar Zalavlakith. Give it to me!
I'll pull it out.
No! Exactly as described. The Inquisition will finally come to an end.
So much for not being able to take it by force. Oh, there it is. Well, I spoke a little too soon there.
Heresy! How did you... You manipulate it when I cannot?
Yeah.
You are forbidden to leave. Report to the Inquisitor at once. Deliver the prism. Do not try to leave, or it will be your death.
Alrighty. Let's see. I'm not sure how to play this in order to get Lae'zel her bad ending.
Follow the corridor.
Ooh, I can loot in here. Yes, please.
This place is even more foreboding than the rest of the crash.
It's very foreboding.
Breathe easier once we're gone from here.
I'm more worried about this Inquisitor. Do you really think he'll help?
Why is my Discord making noises? I should be
It's never been that simple before. I don't know why
in
it would
streamer
be now.
mode to keep it quiet. Weird.
Anything of use?
Loot all of the things, chat. Alrighty. Alright, this is gonna be a tricky room for sure.
Our esteemed guest. Please approach. We have much to discuss. Watch your back.
Oh, enough waiting. I crave blood.
Should leave Shadowheart in the middle here, and I'll go down.
Have something I want. I have the knowledge you need.
Or if I can just like move on. Or if they get angry if I
Power is endless.
Oh, you won't ask again?
Is not. Approach.
Okay, that's fine. If I have to kill you later, I
Arden
will.
Spoke of one of our kin that escaped a crashing Geik slave vessel.
Right. Vlaakith's justice in flesh.
You have accomplished much, child. I am pleased to finally meet you. I heard enough druids died by your hands to make the deity Sylvanus himself weep.
Did
To
you hear that
business.
now?
I suspect you plucked something precious from the Geik ship. Something that belongs to us. The weapon. Give it to me.
Don't do it. The weapon is how I protect you. Do it. Do not disobey the Inquisitor.
I would never dream of it. I do like this.
The Geik are about to execute their grand design and you seek to bargain. Pahakva. The weapon. Now.
Here's how deals like this work. I have something you need. I can bargain all I like. I am loving these warlock options. What are you hearing? Are you guys hearing something? Is there something weird happening? You should only be able to hear the game and me. Oh, that was back when I heard the Discord notification for some reason. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay.
I do not know what base, naive entities you have made deals with before, nor do I care. But I will humor your greed for a moment. What would you ask of an Inquisitor?
So I could either make an ally of them, or I could keep asking for... Give me the good shit.
You would lay claim to our hard-won treasures. You seek power, but do not seek to strive for it. A fool's request, denied. Give me the weapon. Now.
Boo!
Don't give it to him.
Eh.
No.
So it is found.
So it is. What's up, Blacketh?
My queen. Scarthai.
You are permitted to look upon me. You are invited to me.
The Deathless Queen has spoken. You will obey.
So chat, we didn't do this last time, and I have to do it this time. Hi.
I expected a little of Istic education, but here we kneel before our queen. Your choice of allies is most vexing. They do not become you, Lae'zel.
Shma Zalav Lakith. You know me.
Arlon of Kalir speaks most highly, as did Alchaya before. You seek purity. I may yet grant it. Istic, you bear that which is ours. But are you friend, or are you thief?
Well, I didn't take it from your people, so, like... I found it.
Your utility is proven, but your heroism is yet to be witnessed. A test.
Yeah, we're definitely not a hero, chat, but you know, it's fine.
You confess to me. That weapon you carry, the astral prison, it is corrupted.
I will cleanse it for you, my queen. Tell me how.
There is someone inside. Their mind is warped, broken, a blight. They are an agent of the grand design, sent to sabotage the astral prison. Our last defense against the return of the Elithid Empire. As long as they live, the prison is compromised. Kill them! Do this, and I will cleanse you and your allies. Do this, and ascend!
Ascension. My queen. An honor gained. A burden borne. You must accept. Refuse, and you will know my fury.
Her eyes are so desperate in all of these scenes. It's so good. But the person protects me.
You are being lied to. I will be obeyed!
Skra! Do not defy my queen!
I... Yeah, Shadowheart, I know you disapprove. It's fine.
To enter the artifact, be wary of the creature's lying tongue. Cut it out if you must. Wargas, they are not to leave until it is done.
As you say, my queen.
I don't know how you're supposed to go about this in a way that you can't actually kill the dude in the astral prism. So I don't know how this is supposed to work in a way that keeps Lae'zel trusting them.
Place the weapon in the plane caster.
Okay, everybody. Let's see how the fuck we're supposed to do this.
Don't do it.
I will do it.
Heat pulses out of the astral prism as it begins to flower. Your mind burns hot with excitement.
Alright. Here we are, chat.
A timeless space, bounded, compressed in a fold. A pocket of astral plane.
We do love ourselves a good astral plane.
Boundless. Timeless. Like every dream that ever was stitched together. It is home.
Aww, she's home. Alright, got ourselves some good old astral gravity, chat. I don't think I realized that you can see this from here. I also don't think I don't know if I noticed the skelly bits before. Not fully, anyways. Okay. We should be able to make this jump. Yeah, there we go. Whee!
Should mind my step.
Weave moss. The astral plane is better than the ascendant plane, to be honest. It's definitely a little less creepy looking in certain ways, but very similar in others. Okay. Loot all of the things, chat. So, death, invalid targets. Okay. There's no way to just get over to, the other things there. Bone shard. Ooh, hello, chest. I don't know if I found this last time. Cool. Alright.
We will talk in private. Just the two of us.
Just a second, chat. Okay. No.
Suit yourself. But only the leader of your group is coming in. I will not allow anyone else.
I wish there was a way to
Must
force
be
it.
So. It must be so. Do not fail me. Do not fail us.
Well, in we go, I guess.
I may have made a mistake trusting you.
You've made
I
several
told
mistakes
you to
trusting
stay
me,
away
but...
from the Githyanki. But you just couldn't help yourself. Could you?
You've literally never given me a reason to trust you, but it's fine.
And now... you've come here to murder me.
It's not even you I'm supposed to kill. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to kill Orpheus. You just happen to also be here. Yep, fair to die.
Very well.
Violence. Stab, chat, stab, stab, stab.
I really thought you wouldn't. We could have been so much more. But you had to choose this. So, you are not to be trusted.
Nope.
I don't intend to make a habit of conversing with my killer, so I will be brief. Your survival depends on mine, and mine on yours. It's less than ideal, but it is where we stand. I know a secret that Blackith never wants to be revealed. It is the reason she mobilized her people to retrieve the astral prism. It is why she sent you to kill me, and why she will kill you once you leave this place. Since we are both dependent on your ability to survive that, you would do well to remember that without me, you would become a mind flayer. Now leave. I have a battle to return to.
Speak. Have you killed my queen's enemy?
I tried.
Unkillable. I don't believe you. Show me your mind.
Your mind.
Sure, I'll show you. I stabbed her. Like, I mean...
Your thoughts become one. She sees the truth of your confrontation in an instant.
Vlakith Tafkinazin. I see only madness. My queen knows my faith. She would never condemn me. We must go to the Chirai. He will summon Vlakith. She must know of this apostate.
How do we have Bless? Who gave us Bless? Hopefully this still keeps Lae'zel on the correct path.
Lae'zel, I've been waiting. You are named Hashalak. Bend your head, for my blade is ready.
Chirai, please! Summon Vlakith!
There's much...
Irrelevant, Gake wretch. The Queen has spoken. Your death is decreed.
You realize what Lae'zel doesn't? Whatever the outcome of your visit to the Astral Prism, Vlaakith had no intention of letting either of you live.
Okay, so it's a fight regardless. That's horrible initiative. And they are just gonna kill me outright. Alright. That's fun. Oh boy. I mean, I love them grouping up there like this. Ow. Damn.
Stay focused.
Okay, what are we thinking here? I definitely need my spiritual weapon. Put it up there to deal with you. Can I get so lucky? Okay, good damage, even though we didn't daze it. Can I get you, though? Oh, that's right, y'all and your stupid parries. Okay. Well, let's just take you out as quickly as we can. Nice and quick. We love it. Okay, I'm not gonna loot because I don't want to become encumbered.
Still on my feet.
You. I need a better view of you up there so I can send a fireball. Ah, that hits all three of you. Fireball! Woohoo! Alright, we're gonna back her ass up somewhere safer. Just take one of my... Just take my spell slots. Do I have a scroll I can use that won't use a spell slot? Because that'd be nice. Oh, look at all these level ups. I should have paid attention to see if I could do that before I came out here. Went too fast. There they are. Yeet. Safety. Okay. You, on the other hand, you're going up here. Then we do the thing. Then we just smack you really hard. Yep. And then we do that again, but on you. Beautiful! We love that. This fight's going so much better than the first time I ever did it. Oh. Aww. That's a rude miss.
Don't linger.
Okay, he might take an... Whoop, okay, he might take quite a bit of damage from this. It's fine. Oh! Well, we did damage. Mindsteel Tempest. That's probably not good. It's fine. you well enough. Wow, Guiding Bolt did something. That's good. Sacred Flame's the one that never does anything. It's fine. Everybody in range. Yes, good. Okay. Okay, Starian, you get up there so that we can do this. I'm gonna do a bite. Okay. We're gonna hit this guy.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
It's fine. Let's get you closer. Not enough. I don't know if he can get close enough. Definitely not going. Oh, well, he can get close enough. Okay, cool. He'll be ready for next time. Ow.
I'm glad you came to your
Alright,
senses.
he's gone.
Now
I didn't. I just didn't have a
before the others
chance.
come for us.
Like, I didn't come to my senses. I had no choice. I got attacked. What? Like, seriously. Do that again. There we go.
I'll take that.
Strange conduit ring. While concentrating on a spell, the wearer's weapon attacks deal an additional 1 to 4 psychic damage. Okay. I like that. So yeah, that's gonna be one for Shadowheart for sure. We'll hang on to the invisibility ring, though. Okay, some level ups, chat. Okay. We can get another Eldritch Invocation as well. Devil's Sight's a good one. I'm gonna grab it. Spells. Oh, there's so many good 3rd level spells at this level. What can I... Let's get rid of the Arms of Hadar. I never use it. And we'll swap it for Darkness. And then we'll take... We're either taking Wall of Fire or Banishment. I think we're going Wall of Fire. Cool. We have a really nice setup with that Darkness now that I learned from playing with my fam. Because we can now see in Magical Darkness, we could cast Darkness, stand in the darkness, and then just unleash hell from inside it, making us harder to hit. So yeah. Okay. Astarian's going Gloomstalker. This does real nice things. A Gloomstalker Ranger has this really nice... has a lot of really nice things, actually. We have Dread Ambusher. We gain a +3 bonus to initiative. And we also get an additional attack in the first round of combat. That's super, super nice. So this is an excellent multi-class to take Astarion into. Now, let's give him... He gets a spell, because why not? Enhanced Leap's not the worst thing, because we so often are sitting there going, do we have Misty Step, or Fly, or... Fog wouldn't be horrible either, but we already have Darkness, and I don't think we can see in Fog, so... I think our vision is specifically limited to dark vision. I think Astarion... Fuck, I wish I knew if Astarion already had Hunter's Mark from something. I don't think he does. Let's give him Hunter's Mark. Why not? Snaring Strike, Hail of Thorns. There's nothing I'd give him instead, so we'll just keep that as is. But yeah, Astarion's gonna start kicking up the danger levels here. Okay, you're still just a basic cleric, which is fine. Dimension Door and Polymorph for free, which is cool. Let's get rid of Cure Wounds. Let's grab... Banishment or Guardian of Faith? Guardian of Faith's pretty nice. It just can't move. It also ended up dying really quick, so I don't... Maybe I'll skip out on that and just take Banishment. Beacon of Hope's really nice to have as well. I don't do a whole lot of Inflict Wounds. Let's grab Beacon of Hope as well real quick. Alright, Lae'zel, what do you got? Add your proficiency bonus to any strength, dexterity, constitution checks that you're not proficient in. Jump distance is increased by 3 meters, and your health goes up. Okay, that's pretty straightforward basic stuff, but it's fine. Cool. Let's move a bunch of this over. Sorry, just a sec, chat. That's so funny. This guy sent me a picture of a Lethal Company mod, and it's your character wearing the Ranny the Witch hat, and I'm just like, I need this mod. So much now. Okay. Back to our looting spree, and then we'll deal with Lae'zel's crisis. And making sure she does not give up her faith. Okay, let's see. What did we just grab from there? When you see a saving throw, the foe that caused the throw takes 1 to 4 psychic damage. Githyanki also gain a bonus to intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws. Which is nice enough, but I don't think we want to get... Actually, we could get rid of the Greyskull Helm, because she's already wearing the adamantine armor, which stops crits, which is the only thing we really needed from this. And she already gets Hunter's Mark from the bow, so this isn't helping her. When you inflict a condition, gain arcane synergy. Doesn't help us, so let's give her the circlet. Let's let it show. She can have a circlet. That's fine. Basic-ass sword. Basic-ass short swords. And then... Oh, I'm not wearing anything yet. So I guess we'll put this on me. Weapon attacks deal additional damage equal to an affected entity's spellcasting ability modifier. Weird. Okay. Sure, we need something on, so... I didn't realize I didn't have anything on my head yet. It doesn't do me any good to put this helmet on. I don't think Shadowheart can wear it either. No. Okay.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Doesn't matter, she already has the shield. That's right. Okay. I'm staying on top of things, chat. It's fine. Just a basic crossbow. Okay.
How much further can I go?
Oh, nope, that is too much for you. There we go. Potion of Angelic Slumber. Oh, that's right, it's the long rest potions. Alright, give me yo treasure! I think this is the weapon we had on Tiny Rage for a little bit. When the wielder deals melee damage with this weapon, they gain 2 turns of Force Conduit. Or not, because that doesn't sound familiar. Bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage against the affected entity is reduced by 1 per turn remaining. If the entity takes damage while it has 5 or more turns remaining, it deals 1 to 4 force damage in a 6-meter radius. Eye Sky! Yes, all the treasure! And all of the empty treasure, too. I saw the message you sent me, Sky. I need that mod for my Lethal Company for sure. I gotta have that Ranny hat. Send me the link for it. Dope. Thank you. Very helpful. Very helpful. I will definitely have to get that for the next time that that we play. One of your cantrips deals acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder. Add your spell casting modifier to the damage dealt. That's pretty nice. Cantrips specifically, though, is the only downside there. Which I think only... Does that only affect my... I don't have any. That doesn't affect any, because this is poison damage. Force necrotic. Yeah, I don't have any cantrips that pertain to this. I could give it to Shadowheart, though, for her cantrips. I think the only one she has that pertains to that is a fire damage cantrip. Which is fine. Alright, Lae'zel, let's deal with your trauma.
Vlaakith! I have wielded your fury as a blade, roared your wrath as a dragon. You promised ascension. Yet I crawl among my own people, low as an asp's belly.
She's clearly testing you, it's fine.
I followed your path. What good? This heart of stone, for it to be shattered.
I don't know why my light's flickering, chat. We don't have that much running in the house right now.
She tests me. A trial of faith. Kalir prepared me. Only the heaviest souls soar to the astral. Yes. Yes. I might gain Vlaakith's favor yet.
Totally will, Lae'zel. All good.
Silence! I must think.
You do that, Lae'zel. You just keep thinking. Think yourself right down the path of oblivion. Oh, where the fuck am I? Alright, hello.
Always room for more.
Okay. Empty crates are indeed empty. Well, just as I promised.